Can I request everyone to take their seats, please? We are about to start the event. One more time. May I request all the members and guests to take their seats? Dear dignitaries, distinguished speakers, valued sponsor, fellow members, overseas chapter members, media representatives, and honored guests, a very good morning to all of you. On behalf of ICAI Bahrain, I, CA Vinod Rathi, Secretary for the term 2024-25, I feel privileged to welcome you all to the 16th Annual Flagship Conference. Also, it is my absolute pleasure to address such a diverse gathering of professionals. This term we started with theme New, which stands for Network, Enrich, and Welfare. We did not stop there, but today we are in new age, the age of automation, governance, and environment. Before we dive in the enriching session lineup for today, let me share some ground rule to ensure a smooth coordination and experience for everyone. I request everyone to keep your mobile phone on silent mode. Also, please restrict your movement during the sessions. We have a lot of amazing raffles throughout the day, exclusively for the members who will be present in the hall that time. So please make sure you stay with us. We have a sponsor stall outside in the lobby area. Please do visit them and explore their offerings. Also, do not forget to drop your business cards and scan the QR code for be eligible for some more raffles from our sponsors, such as SSPL is offering a one-day practical data analytical workshop to be delivered by CA Nishit Sheth for the first 10 lucky winners. And similarly, another 10 lucky winners will get a chance to take a one-day workshop on GRC delivered by BVS Pratap and CA Kapil Batra. In case of any emergency, please use marked emergency gate, or you can ask for help from the hotel staff. Well, photos create memories, and we ensure you have a perfect spot to capture them. We welcome all of you to visit our 3 photo stations dedicated, the New Age Conference photo frame, the WOFA photo frame, and the valued sponsor wall. Let us all capture the memories that matters most. And please tag ICAI Bahrain, ICAI, WOFA, and our sponsors when posting on social media. We have some surprise gifts for lucky winners as well. Now to move further, I would like to invite a very special personality. She happens to be first female chairperson of ICAI Bahrain. Everyone please put your hand together to welcome our esteemed past chairperson, CA Sarmila Sheth. Over to you, C.S. Amila, for the next.
Thank you, C.A. Vinod, for those kind words and setting the tone for the event. Salam, Namaste, Vanakkam, Sabal Khair, Salam Walaikum, and a very good morning to all of you. I hope you all had a restful night and are ready for the exciting and insightful day today. As the sun rises over the shores of Bahrain, let's embrace this new day as an opportunity to illuminate our minds that will continue to inspire us long after the conference ends. The last time I stood on this stage, on this very podium, I was delivering my chairperson address for the 14th Annual International Conference in 2022. And it's an absolute pleasure to be back here on this magnificent venue. It's my honor as well as privilege to be here with you all today as we embark on this journey which is filled with exploration, innovation, and transformation. On behalf of CA Vivek Gupta, the chairperson of ICAI Bahrain, the esteemed Executive Committee of ICAI Bahrain, and on my own personal greetings, I am delighted to extend a heartfelt welcome to you all here who have gathered for the 16th flagship annual conference titled The New Age in this beautiful kingdom of Bahrain. We are honored to have among us dignitaries from India and Bahrain, distinguished speakers, representatives from our valued sponsors, invited guests, leaders from ICAI, school students, university students, teachers, principals, overseas chapter leaders and members, past chairpersons of ICAI Bahrain, and all the esteemed members. Your presence truly enriches this event, and we look forward to an inspiring day ahead. The annual flagship conference is the crown jewel of ICAI Bahrain events, and I can already feel that excitement in the air. Are you? So this is something which we all eagerly await with the excitement. This gathering not only allows us to connect with our wider membership base, but also gives an opportunity to immerse ourselves in the vast knowledge which is shared by our esteemed speakers over the two-day events. The event also presents an excellent opportunity to our valued sponsors to showcase their latest offerings and engage with our members. So let's make the most of this incredible network and the platform to learn and inspire one another. We have an exciting morning ahead with full schedule of events and many important activities to cover. So I'll start our inaugural events right away. Can I request everybody to please rise at their respective places for the national anthem of Bahrain, followed by national anthem of India, and lastly the motto song of ICAI.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे। भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक। जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति। य एष सुप्तेषु जाग्रति। कामं 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 कामपुरुषो पुरुषो निर्विमाणः निर्विमाणः। तदेव शुक्रं तदेव शुक्रब्रह्मा तद्ब्रह्मा। तदेवामृतमुच्यते। तस्मिन् लोकः शतः सर्वे तदूनात्यपि कश्चन। एतद्वैता 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 एतद्वैता।
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. This year international conference will have variety of exceptional performance and attractions, which you will have the opportunity to experience firsthand. And one of the highlights of this year flagship conference is the inaugural dance. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a delightful surprise for you today. A talented group of dancers, the Dancing Divas, are about to take the stage for a vibrant dance performance, showcasing their creativity beyond the hospital walls. This performance is a wonderful reminder that even in the serious world of medicine, there is always a room for joy and expression. So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the captivating Kathak fusion dance set to the soulful melody of Gharmore Pardesiya. Presenting to you Jyotirgamaya, the divine light, a celebration of victory of light over darkness, a performance that promises to be both entertaining and enriching. Can we just please give a round of applause for all of them? Thank you.
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई। प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए।
So once again, wow. What a captivating and delightful performance. I'm sure you all are just spellbound by their intricate footwork, the graceful moments, and the expressive storytelling that vividly painted the picture of the auspicious occasion. Can I once again have a big round of applause for this soul-touching performance? And the applause should continue as I take each of their names. Dr. Anina Mariam, Dr. Anita Kumari Bhaskaran, Anjana Gopal Krishnan, Mayuka Roopchand, Nisha Anup, Dr. Sitara Sridharan, and Tanishka Chakarayan. And also I would like to mention the choreographer of this beautiful dance, Manu Vaini. Now I would request our young, dynamic, and the multi-talented chairperson of ICAI Bahrain, CA Vivek Gupta, to felicitate this young and equally talented team of dancers with our token of appreciation. Thank you once again. Now I will proceed to the official opening ceremony of the conference. The theme of 16th Annual Flagship Conference is the New Age. And this theme strongly reflects the trend we have observed globally in the recent years. From digital innovation and artificial intelligence to the growing importance of environmental, social, and governance practices, we are experiencing an era of profound change. As professionals, we must adapt to this shift, leveraging the new tools to drive efficiency, uphold the ethical standards, and contribute to the more sustainable and inclusive world. As we begin this exciting venture, I encourage you all to be bold in your thinking, open to the new ideas, and most importantly, engage in the sessions ahead. Our speakers are thought leaders, industry experts, and innovators who are at the forefront of change. They are here to share their knowledge and help us navigate this new age. And as we kick off our New Age conference, let me welcome the leader of this new age. Actually, the youngest ever team with their youngest ever chairperson of ICAI Bahrain, CA Vivek Gupta, to the stage. बुलाओ ना हाँ मैं बुलाओ एक को Can I now apologies for this. Can I now request our Vice Chairperson of ICAI Bahrain, Sri Vinit Maru, to please escort our dignitaries to the stage. We welcome His Excellency Vinod K. Jacob, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, to the stage. We now invite our leader of our alma mater, President of ICAI, Sri Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, to the stage. We now invite our senior in the profession and our well-wisher and steadfast supporter, Mr. Jamal Fakhru, Managing Partner, KPMG Bahrain. Please welcome on the stage the Chairman of Bahrain Accountant Association, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi. Can I now request CA Vivek Gupta to welcome all our esteemed dignitaries on the stage with a bouquet? We have with us Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal here. Can Vinit, can you just escort Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal to the stage, please? Thank you. It is an established tradition in all the ICAI Bahrain conference to commence our event with the auspicious lighting of the lamp. I now request our chairperson, Sri Vivek Gupta, to lead all the dignitaries to the lamp lighting ceremony. Can we have, please? Come. As each dignitaries take their turn to light the lamp, let us pray this radiant glow brings forward the knowledge and enlightenment for everyone present here. May this sacred ritual unite us in our shared commitment to excellence and innovation in our profession. schedule of His Excellency, Ambassador of India to the Kingdom of Bahrain, I would just change the protocol and we would first hear from him the words of wisdom he wants to share with all of us. Over to you.
Your Excellency, Mr. Jamal Fakhro, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Your Excellency, Mr. Abdul Rahman Juma, Dr. Sanjeev Sanyal, who is come from India, Mr. Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, Mr. Vivek Gupta. I'm happy to attend the inaugural session of the 16th annual conference titled New Age, organized by the Bahrain chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Let me congratulate the organizing abilities of the team led by Mr. Vivek Gupta, the chairperson. The theme of the conference, namely New Age, is also apt and resonates well in the contemporary context both for India, Bahrain, and the wider region. As requested by Vivek, I will share my perspectives on India-Bahrain economic relationship. Let me begin with investments. There has been a 40% increase in two-way investments since 2019, with the cumulative currently standing at more than $1.62 billion. When we look at the latest data provided by the government of Bahrain, Indian investments during the one-year period, Q2 2023 to Q2 2024, was $265 million. This represents a substantial increase from the one-year period Q1 2023 to Q1 2024, where Indian investment was of the order of $200 million. It is also pertinent to mention that in the recent past, highly reputed Indian brands have decided to establish a presence in the Bahraini market or elevate the already existing arrangement, like the Taj brand, like the Bikaner Wala outlet, the first in Bahrain, the Apollo brand increasing its collaboration with Bahrain Specialist Hospital, and of course the Lulu Group, which opened its 11th hypermarket in November last year. When we turn to trade, according to statistics from the Department of Commerce of the Government of India, for the period April 2023 to March 2024, two-way trade reached $173 billion. The trade gap was a marginal $80 million, down from nearly $150 million in 2021-22. When you look at 5 years before, total bilateral trade was $980 million. In 2005, it was $575 million. So this is a substantial gradual increase in the trade. When we look at the main export items to Bahrain last year, according to Department of Commerce of Government of India, engineering goods were $201.7 million, electronic goods $157.3 million, petroleum products $105.3 million, followed by gems and jewelry with $93.4 million, and then rice with $60 million, meat, dairy, and poultry products with $51.7 million. I'm happy to also note that tourism flows from India to Bahrain have increased by 44% in the most recent one-year period for which data is available, going from 736,000 in 2022 to more than 1 million in 2023. My embassy has taken a few initiatives in order to support the growth of India-Bahrain economic engagement, and I would like to share a few of them. First, through the Focus State Union Territory Initiative, touristic and ODOP products of a particular state or union territory are promoted in Bahrain for a period of around 2 months through exhibitions at the consular wing of the embassy at SEEF and through other events and social media campaigns. Himachal Pradesh is the latest in the series after Rajasthan, Kashmir, Uttar Pradesh, Karnataka, Odisha, and Punjab. Second, we're also trying to get the Gen Next interested in promoting India-Bahrain relations in the future, apart from the capacity building efforts through the ITEC and the Study in India initiative. I have started the Visit Embassy program for high school students. This program, which has gone on for 1 year, has seen more than 10 schools, including Bahraini schools, participating. As part of the program, groups of 15 to 20 Indian and or Bahraini students spend around 1 hour or so learning about the Embassy of India, and also a free-flowing discussion with me to conclude the visit. In conclusion, I want to tell you that there is something called Bharat Ko Janiye quiz which is going on, and I've been checking the leaderboard in the last few days, and I don't see the word CA in any of them. I see almost 500 people here. So please go to the website and take this quiz. If you're getting less than 30, keep taking it again and again till you get 30 out of 30. I want more CAs on the list. If you're the best chapter, show it in Baat Ko Janiye quiz. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Vinod Ki Jacob. Can we have the momenter to honor his presence? And please do take the quiz. Thank you, His Excellency, for coming and sharing your thoughts with us. Thank you once again. For commemorating the 16th annual flagship conference, the ICAI Bahrain editorial team has put together a brilliant and informative conference souvenir that captures the essence of this event. Can I now request our chairperson to digitally unveil the conference souvenir? The QR codes for the souvenirs will be placed across the conference hall. So please do take few moments to scan the code and explore this beautiful souvenir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to hear from the man of the moment, the captain of the young and dynamic team, our talented chairperson, C.A. Vivek Gupta. May I request C.A. Vivek Gupta to give the welcome address?
Good morning, everyone. Since we are in digital age, I'll use my mobile for my speech. I hope it's okay. Again, good morning, everyone, distinguished guests and our members. We are thrilled to have all of you here. It's a bright and promising day, and I'm delighted to welcome you all on behalf of Bahrain chapter of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to the 16th annual flagship conference. Today is not just about reflecting on our achievements, but also about embracing the exciting future that we are shaping together. Before I unveil a series of groundbreaking initiatives, let me take a moment to speak about an event that encapsulates our vision, today's conference. The New Age Conference is not merely an event, it's a movement designed to empower, inspire, and transform. Built on the pillars of networking, enrichment, and welfare, the conference, the very essence of it, means to thrive in rapidly changing environment. This year, the conference will dive into different themes like digital transformation, sustainability, economic diversification, and investment opportunities, with a special focus on creators economy and health and wellness. It promises to be a comprehensive experience for all attendees. So I invite all of you, each one of you, to be an active participant in this conference, in this journey as we redefine our professional community and be creative with the purpose. As a chapter deeply rooted in the Kingdom of Bahrain, we are proud to have actively contributed to Bahrain's vision for economic growth and development. From supporting the Kingdom's strategic initiatives to fostering professional excellence through partnership with universities and industries, we remain committed to being a part of Bahrain's success story. Can I request a huge round of applause for ourselves for that? Now, without further ado, as I learned from my other leaders, predecessors, I'll continue to move on and introduce a series of initiatives that align with the spirit of the New Age Conference and reflect our commitment to innovation. And first being ICAI Bahrain's newly relaunched website and mobile application. Our newly mobile launched applications and website will redefine convenience and connectivity. With these platforms, you can access, update, register for events, and engage with the chapter seamlessly. Here's a brief look to the website. Moving on, we are delighted to launch our ICAI Bahrain WhatsApp channel. Staying connected has never been easy. Join us by scanning the QR code on your screens to this WhatsApp channel to receive instant updates, critical announcements, and exclusive content. You can scan the QR and be part of this vibrant profession. Moving on, we are delighted and proud to launch, or I'll say relaunch, ICAI Bahrain podcast series, which started with thought-provoking interview with the Indian ambassador to Bahrain, His Excellency Mr. Vinod K. Jacob. The series will explore critical themes featuring industry leaders, policymakers, and visionaries. And as we move ahead, let's take a quick look on what's coming next in the next episodes of Vision Next. Can I request the stage management team to play the...
Hello viewers, welcome to the second episode of Vision Next.
When you undertake an audit, the first thing you need to do is understand the business. And if you don't understand the business, you're not in a good position to audit that business. Our audits are built around an assessment of the risks associated with the business.
Welcome to the third episode of Vision Next.
Bahrain has considered as most preferred place in terms of the business and in terms of the living as well.
Impact of this diversified economy in Bahrain has in all aspects, whether it's in financial sector, or it's in health, or in the real estate.
I request all my dignitaries and all our members to be ready because we are coming to you with Vision Next to record your podcast soon. Building on our strategic partnerships, we recently had a strategic partnership with Alia University as well, where we aimed to inspire and guide students pursuing careers in accounting and finance, creating pathways for future leaders. And we are also working on other universities in Bahrain and schools, educating them about the careers in finance and accounting. We are also launching a round-the-year career counseling program, which is in line with our ICAI's parent body vision to educate students. For school and university students in collaboration with organizations like Bahrain India School and others. This initiative emphasizes our role in shaping the next generation in Bahrain. Now, the time has come. One of the highlights is our ICAI's, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India's, upcoming World Forum of Accountants. This global platform unites accounting professionals from across the world to discuss critical issues shaping the future of the profession. As we gear up to represent Bahrain at WOFA, let's take a moment to watch a short video that speaks about the significance of WOFA 2025.
Arthashastram, Dharmashastram cha, meaning economic principles, Arth, and ethical considerations, Dharma, which are central to the work of accountants. The entire world is deliberating about impact of climate change coupled with disruptions of artificial intelligence. India has given philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam to the world and successfully hosted G20 Summit on this theme and also launched Global Biofuels Alliance. The accounting profession also has an enormous responsibility to guide the world, where accountability meets innovation so that vision can be converted into solution. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, being the world's largest accounting body after the successful hosting of WCOA 2022 and GLOBAC, proudly presents before the world World Forum of Accountants 2025. Where accountability meets innovation for a sustainable planet. The world's brightest minds will exchange insights, explore emerging trends, and unlock the possibilities for the profession. Where foundation will be laid to shape the vision for the future of accounting profession. Hosted at Yashobhoomi, the largest convention and exhibition center in the heart of India's capital, New Delhi, inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, is all set to host the congregation of accountants from around the world. And while you're here, experience the vibrant culture and heritage of New Delhi, a city where history meets modernity, offering unforgettable memories.
World Forum of Accountants, an experience of 3 days, insightful discussion, groundbreaking innovations and unparalleled networking opportunities.
With immense pride, we invite you to WOFA 2025, taking place, happening from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at the magnificent Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. Experience 3 days of insightful discussions, groundbreaking innovations and unparalleled networking opportunities. World Forum of Accountants 2025 is where you need to be, where accountability meets innovation, AI for a sustainable planet. Join us at WOFA 2025 from January 31st to February 2nd, 2025 at Yashobhoomi, New Delhi. For more details, visit wofa.icai.org.
I salute to the visionary leadership of CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, who actually was able to bring goosebumps to us with the WOFA 2025. I request all of you your active participation, and I request our dignitaries as well to try to join to the event. Moving further, another milestone event this year in 2024-25 is going to be the ICAI GCC conference, which will be hosted by none other than but Muscat chapter of ICAI under the able leadership of CA Gaurav Kapoor, which will unite professionals across the region, entire GCC, with world-class speakers and engaging discussions. This event will provide unparalleled insights and networking opportunities. And soon we'll be releasing a promo and preview of the event as well, which will take you through that what's going to come next in ICAI GCC conference in on January 18. I think I'm done talking. Finally, since I'm done talking, someone has to talk on my behalf, right? Isn't it? So I'm excited to launch ICAI Bahrain AI Avatar, which has been a brainchild of the Executive Committee 2024-25 and led by CA Vinod Rathi, a program symbolizing growth, transformation, and the dynamic role of chartered accountants in today's world. This initiative is a leap forward for our chapter, and I trust that we will embrace it with enthusiasm and purpose. Can I request the team to introduce the AI Avatar?
Hello all, esteemed dignitaries, guests, members, fellow members from overseas chapter of ICAI. We welcome you to the 16th annual flagship conference hosted by Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Bahrain chapter. I am AI Keta, your AI-powered executive committee member. I am here to make the experience of this conference more interactive, insightful, and engaging. My design is inspired by the idea of collaboration between human creativity and artificial intelligence in line with the theme of this conference, New Age. Together, we can explore new possibilities and reimagine the future. Let's dive into the world of innovation and make this 16th annual flagship conference as productive as possible. Thank you for welcoming me and my colleague, AI Abhinav, which you'll be meeting shortly. Let's get started.
A huge round of applause, because this is not Keta, this is AI Keta. In conclusion, every initiative unveiled today is a step forward realizing our vision for the chapter, for the profession, for the country of Bahrain. A vision of innovation, excellence, and community. Together, let us contribute meaningfully to Bahrain's progress while strengthening our chapters and profession's legacy. And with that, I thank you all for joining us today, and let's make this day and the day to come truly memorable. Over to you, C.A. Sharmila Seth. Thank you.
Thank you, C.A. Vivek, for sharing with us the achievements of the current executive committee and the relevance of the new theme, as well as the beautiful informative video of the World Accountants Forum. And so many new initiatives. Thank you, Executive Committee. And I'm sure with so many new initiatives, we will undoubtedly make a positive impact as we step forward into the new age. Now, I would like to call our next speaker, who is an economist, an author, an environmentalist, an historian, a thought leader, and currently a member of Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me begin by saying this is my very first time in Bahrain, so thank you very much for hosting me and inviting. Yes. So a very good morning to all the dignitaries on the stage and to everybody in the audience as well. The theme of this conference, as you just heard, is about the new age. So the question is, what do we mean by new age and how does it relate to the chartered accountants community? Because as I will point out to you today and more in detail tomorrow, there is a very important shift that we are going through. So typically when we are talking about the new age, the things we think about is geopolitical shifts, technological changes, and of course AI is an important part of that. We are talking about the shift of the weight, economic weight from the Atlantic to the Pacific and now more to the Indo-Pacific. All of these things are things you typically think about. But there are other kinds of major shifts that are also happening. And in some ways, for the work that we are involved in, you as chartered accountants and me as a policymaker, this is just as important. In that, we are about to embark, or maybe already have embarked, in one of those great phases of deregulation that the world of policymakers goes through periodically. The last big phase of deregulation and liberalization happened in the 80s and 90s. You will remember at that time, in the West, the likes of President Ronald Reagan, Prime Minister Thatcher, led to a major shift in the role of the state and the way it regulated economic activities. Eventually that flow ended with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the opening up of Eastern Europe, and so on. The 80s also saw, of course, China go through a major period of deregulation. And then it culminated into the 90s with the major economic crisis in 1991 in India in 1991, which of course led to the entire cycle of deregulation and liberalization in India. Most of you are from India, so you will know and maybe have lived through that experience. But then, starting from the beginning of this century, we went through another phase in which new forms of government interference and involvement began to emerge. This was different in many ways from the previous period. So it is not about, 5-year plans and socialist control. This came in the form of various kinds of regulators, more rules, and so on. And of course, the great financial crisis of 2007-2008 led to a great amount of introduction of greater supervision and regulation of all kinds of financial and economic activities. There was, of course, other episodes as well, like Enron and Arthur Andersen and so on. But in the end, there's a price you pay for all of this additional layers of regulation and state interference. In the end, it begins to add up layer by layer into inefficiencies, which eventually pop up in things like the weight of government debt, because you're just putting so much effort into regulating the system, asking so much in terms of supposedly in the name of transparency, but in fact, by virtue of adding all those layers, you're actually leading to greater opacity and non-transparency. So in the end, over a period of time, we have ended up with what is quite clearly a global architecture, economic architecture, that is unworkable. And so we have that combined with the fact that there are big changes happening in the world in terms of geopolitics. We have ended up with an environment which is now ripe for major changes. These changes have already begun, by the way, in individual countries. You are seeing in Argentina a serious scale back of the state. And under the new president who describes himself as an anarcho-capitalist, there is departments, entire ministries are being slashed, huge amounts of regulation has been removed and so on. Now, how much that it will succeed, etc., we will see. You now have more recently, with the victory of President Trump in the recent US elections, you have the promise of a Department of Government Efficiency being set up under Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy. Again, the idea is to carry out a cull of regulations, outdated departments, laws, processes, government spending that have accumulated over the last quarter of a century and have in many ways made the US economy extremely inefficient. So there is, again, as I said, a full new effort being done. Now, something similar has been being done in India already for the last several years. We don't have a Department of Government Efficiency, but we do have a major effort to do something called process reforms. These are not the big structural reforms that you talk about in terms of, introduce GST or the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. These are the big structural changes. Those are, of course, important. But there is another class of reforms, which I'm going to talk about in more detail, called process reforms. This is about making existing structure, whatever activity it is, more efficient. This is about reducing the frictional costs of doing business or living your life, not just business, but living life. And these processes, these laws, these outdated government departments, agencies, etc., need a relook. Many of them need to be removed, And a big effort in that direction is currently being done. Of course, we have been much more cautious about it in India. We are not doing it in the way, say, Argentina is doing it, or how the US is currently threatening to do. But in our efforts, step by step, we have done a lot. And I will show you tomorrow how many major changes that we have done to the processes, and we are willing to do more. Our approach has been so far to cross the stream by feeling the pebbles. So in that sense, we have not done it in the Argentinian way. The reason for that is very simple. This is akin to basically fixing the engine while the engine is still running. In Argentina, of course, the engine had completely shut down, so they had a different case. But I think what Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy are going to discover is that cleaning the engine while it is running, and the US engine has not completely shut down, so they'll have to keep it running. It is much more tricky because they will find that there are all kinds of unintended consequences and butterfly effects that will happen when you try to change something here, something else completely different begins to fall apart. So I think after a few iterations, they will probably go for an approach that is more similar to ours than it is to the Argentinian example. But nonetheless, I think it's important to note that worldwide, whatever the experiment may be, there is this huge shift that is coming. And yes, even the Europeans will eventually have to do this, although at this juncture they are still going the other way. Now, why is this of importance and interest to people in this room? Not only because you are the ones who will have to interact with those rules, regulations, and laws, but because once you simplify the system and open it up, there will be scope for doing all kinds of things that were not possible before. And while it does bring inefficiencies, it also leads to situations where much greater truth-telling and transparency is needed. Now, the accountancy profession is in the transparency and truth-telling business. That's why you're here. That's why you exist. And this will be happening at a time when truth-telling will become additionally difficult, because we will find it difficult to even know how to define truth. What is truth? In an era of artificial intelligence. As you just saw a demonstration, through artificial intelligence, an avatar can come and speak in a way that is so convincing that not even an expert would be able to tell which one is real and which is not. Maybe even the person himself or herself will not be able to tell. So this is just one example of this, but all kinds of new things will happen. Artificial intelligence is entirely able to create paper trails, create whole accounts, create all kinds of fakes of all kinds, and create paper trails of all kinds in ways that would be very, very difficult for a human being to keep track of. And this will happen worldwide at the flick of a button, and happening even as we are actually deregulating, which we need to do for a variety of reasons. So in that environment, the profession of truth-telling will become very, very difficult. You will need to arm yourself with new tools, new ideas, new ways of defining what is truth. And it's not going to be an easy task, let me tell you. And what we do not want to do is that in order to try and protect ourselves from all these new things that will happen, new kinds of frauds, new kinds of going around laws, etc., what we do not want is that we return back to this over-regulated, inefficient environment from which we are now trying to climb out of. So, let me end by saying that this is indeed a new age. It will have many, many opportunities. A more deregulated, smoother, more efficient world is what is good for everybody. But unfortunately, it is also a world that opens up opportunities for doing things, especially given the technologies and other spaces that will now be available thanks to AI and other technologies, that will require that you think about this whole thing in a completely fresh way. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
For sharing those thoughts with us and giving us a small glimpse of what we are going to hear tomorrow. So I'm sure with me, all of us are excited here to hear from you tomorrow. Thank you once again. Now, I would like to invite the distinguished leader of our profession, the beacon of excellence, who is guiding our community with his vision and integrity, the President of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, and our guest of honor, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, to share his thoughts with all of us.
This is for her. Thank you very much, Sarmila ji, for very nicely conducting the entire show. Honorable, very respected economist and member of the Economic Advisor Council of the Prime Minister, Sanjeev Sanyal ji, and he is very instrumental in having our economic survey. In last 6 or 7 occasions, he has given his lot of inputs, and whatever reform you can witness in India in last few years, a major portion of the contribution also goes to Sanjeev Sanyal. So thank you very much for coming here. Vivek, the chairperson of this very dynamic and very vibrant chapter of ICAI. This chapter, I gone through the history. 1985 we started, and today we are in 2024. And I can see more than 600 chartered accountants from India are settled here. And they are working not only for themselves, but they are contributing in the economy and growth of the Bahrain country also. Of course, you miss the India. I know the India reside in your heart and soul, but physically you are here, mentally you are in India. And my compliment to all of you for making not only yourself and family proud, but making our country proud by contributing in the Bahrain also. Thank you very much. We have Mr. Jamal Muhammad Fakro, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, Talwant Singh, I can see the chairperson of Appellate Authority of ICAI, and he's a retired Chief Justice. Thank you very much, sir, for coming from all the way from India. India Bahrain Association head, thank you very much. And all the chapters, I can see Doha, Qatar, Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Muscat, all the chairmen are here, and all the young and dynamic, our members of this profession, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for calling me here in this annual conference of Bahrain. It's a flagship event of any chapter for a year. And you have seen the growth momentum in India. And the India-Bahrain relationship also, it's a very thriving, as India's 6th largest investor in Bahrain as far as investment is concerned. And if you see the growth momentum in India, which has now like on the forefront of the world map under the dynamic leadership of Prime Minister, wherein a 1.4 billion population having 95 crore smartphones, a country which is growing at a speed of 7.5%, and which have a $4 trillion economy. Very soon we are going to be the $5 trillion economy, and the 3rd largest economy the vision of this country is. And I will just touch upon the financial aspect, the financial growth and development which took place related to our profession in India. The GST and the insolvency law is one of the 2 biggest reform our country has witnessed. And let me tell you, the GST law was brought to make informal economy to formal economy, and the insolvency and bankruptcy law was brought just to, in India, we have limited resource, but we have unlimited talent. And the GST law, insolvency law, genesis is say, if you are running a factory, and if you are not able to create value in the resource of the country, you have to leave. Somebody more competent and more knowledgeable will come, take over and run the factory, because we need to create value, multiply the value and resource of the country. And that is the whole genesis of insolvency and bankruptcy law. And because of this law, the RBI data says that the lowest NPA in the banking sector in last 12 years is in India is 2.8%. This is the lowest NPA we have. The credit goes to insolvency and bankruptcy law also. Why I am telling you these two important legislation reform? Because in two legislation, the maximum contribution in the implementation, in the execution, and in the delivery of the GST and insolvency law is done by one professional, and that is the profession of chartered accountancy. Now, worlds are changing. Mr. Sanyal has touched upon very pertinent issue, how this AI is going to reform and transform, and how it will be a digital arrest. The phenomena is going on, how it will be difficult to define what is true and what is not true. But at the same time, the government has given a budget last year, 10,300 crore in the artificial intelligence. And the entire structure of the government is also changing from paper to paperless. And how this artificial intelligence is going to change the dynamics of the governance model of our country is also the thrust area of the government. Last quarter, if you see the last quarter data of AI in India, it's an 8-time jump in the generative AI startup ecosystem in the country. Today we have the third largest startup ecosystem of the world, and we have the 46% of the total digital transaction happening in India, happening in the world, going to India is a 46%. So this startup ecosystem, digitalization, and the artificial intelligence, all these things which are contributing and driving to the growth momentum, and how the country is working to a model where everything should be digitalized. No manual intervention is required. Even audit profession, the government and the ICAI in the advanced talk, how the appointment of the auditor of the public sector bank, PSU, can be automated. No manual intervention. How the chartered accountant who are certifying the report can go to the digital locker, because we have created a digital locker entity. So each and every records can be accessible by the regulator at the flip of the button. These kind of reforms are going on. And as far as this artificial intelligence is concerned, the Institute has also formed this year a committee, AI in ICAI, and where every stuff, as far as 9.5 lakh thousand students who have study made, suggested answer, RTP, question bank, all stuff has been now downloaded in the CA GPT promoted by ICAI GPT. Day before yesterday, we have downloaded 5,000 listed company annual report and given to the CA GPT. Now all these information which are required to make by the auditor, making an opinion on the financial data we are gathering, and how we are making an opinion on the various information provided to us. These access to the information is now flip of the button on the CA GPT promoted by ICAI. So the institute is also working how this entire ICAI can be on the ICAI CA GPT. Whatever information you need from ICAI, whether accounting standards, auditing standards, ethical standards, whether stuff of the student, member, guidance note, technical guide, whatever you need is now accessible on the ICAI CA GPT, and we have already made this ICAI CAGPT to all the members free of cost. Already we have done to all the members. Why I am telling you all these things? Because our institute, which has started 1949 by the Act of the Parliament, and that point of time, the country was struggling. When this country got independence in 1947, within 2 years this institute was formed. The idea behind this institute was how to augment the revenue of the country, how to bring the financial standards in the country, how to bring the professional discipline in the country. That's why this institute was formed just 2 years after independence. And with the last 75 years, this institute, with this quality, credibility, and consistency, is contributing in the growth and development of this country. When we started, we were 1,600 members. Today, in 75 years, this institute has grown up, having 4,25,000 members and 9,50,000 students, making us as a world largest accounting body of the world. And why these numbers are important? In the sense, there are mostly 200 countries in the world where 182 accounting body like us are there. And most of the accounting body has the aging population. India has the young, tech-savvy, thriving population. Most of the work of the accounting and auditing, which are operated by the MNC, has already shifted to India as a back office work post-COVID, because we have the young, skilled workforce to cater the growing demand of the accounting and auditing. And the best part of our number is every third chartered accountant, every third CA in our country, like Sarmila, is a women chartered accountant, which is a big number. And 9.5 lakh students, 44% are the girl students pursuing chartered accountancy. And mind you, this is without any reservation, because in our institute there is no reservation. But I can see the kind of participation of the girl and women to the profession of accounting, finance, taxation in last 20 years is unprecedented. If you see the model of any developed country, in any developed country history, the participation of the women has exceeded the participation of the men. That's why in India and in ICAI also, we are on the right track, where more and more girls and women are coming to the forefront to take the leadership role. And I was talking about this, how this country has the capability and the capacity. 182 accounting body has an aging population. We have the young population. Post-COVID, if a pizza or a burger is being sold in UK and USA, the accounting is being done in Gurgaon and Hyderabad in India. That kind of strength we have. And our Prime Minister was telling in one of the conference that in the gift city in Gandhinagar, they have set up IFSC as a unified regulator, and we are working closely with the IFC where offshore accounting, or how this Gandhinagar, Gujarat can give all the benefits which you are getting as a offshore financial hub in terms of tax benefit, in terms of investment, bank interest rate, work, skill manpower, all these things we are working in the Gandhinagar gift city. And the Prime Minister in one of the occasions was telling that if India can be a leadership role in software export, if India can take the leadership role in pharmaceutical industry, why not India can be a global leader in accounting and auditing? Why it cannot be? And that's the role, that's the challenge we are having. We have the highest number of workforce as far as accountant is concerned. Let me tell you, 4,25,000 chartered accountant we have. And the 62% of this number is below the age of 40. We have the highest tax-savvy young population as an accountant. And we have the capacity and the capability to do what the world is expecting to work for the India. And India not only can cater our requirement, but we can also cater the requirement of the world at large. And the most important part now it is coming is the non-financial reporting. Financial data, AI-driven data, software, all these things we are reporting since ages. Now a new phenomena or new benchmark is coming, whether financial reporting is the only requirement for a company as a going concern, or non-financial data are equally important. In an area, if a company is operating, how much damage to the environment the company is doing, how many carbon emission the company is producing. The RBI has come out with a consultation paper where they are saying those industries which are emitting more carbon can be given less credit, or those industries which are emitting less carbon can be given more credit as far as bank finance rate of interest is concerned. So the government has a commitment of 2070 zero carbon emission. So all these non-financial reporting is one of the major area for practice for the accountant. And just giving you the data, today $255 million practice of non-ESG, environmental, social and governance. Today we have that kind of practice of $255 million. 2030, because of this single unified ESG reporting, 2030, this data is going to be $23.59 billion. $23.59 billion in 2017, next 5 to 6 years. So it's a huge area of practice as far as ESG reporting is concerned, as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. But the challenge also are also palpable. Challenge are also coming how to be true and fair. Whether we are reporting everything true and fair. Huge data are being generated in India, huge, humongous data. And we are the only professional in this country who has the authority to sign as a true and fair of any financial data. Now this 4.5 lakh chartered accountant are certifying $5 trillion economy of 1.4 billion people. Whether every reporting we are doing is true and fair. He has made a very pertinent point ki how to make something true, whether these data are not fake. Forensic accounting is one of the area where we are working closely with the government, because traditional reporting by the auditor, whether it will be relevant or not, or every thrust will be on the forensic accounting and auditing because of digitalization and this artificial intelligence. So we are in the process to make a separate standards for this area so that the reporting done by the accountant remains to be ethical and remains to be trusted in the way of this new age environment. My request to all of you, you are our brand ambassador in outside India. I consider every chapter of ICAI as an embassy of ICAI. Trade relationship, how investment can come to India from Bahrain, how Bahrain can also thrive, how accountant can work together in these two countries, and how the entire accounting and auditing profession of India and Bahrain can be thriving under your shoulders. And that's why I used to say, you are our brand ambassador. Whatever you are doing here, the credit goes to India, the proudness, the confidence we are getting whenever you are doing something great in India, outside India. And that's why the institute, the Chartered Accountant Institute of you and we are the member. We have a larger responsibility. One towards our homeland, motherland, and second towards our alma mater ICAI. I am giving you one small example. जब एक छोटे बच्चे को माँ उठाती है तो उसे कमर पे रखती है. And she do all the household work by carrying the child on the waist. The purpose of the mother is to engage the child and engage in whatever stuff she is doing. उसी छोटे बच्चे को जब एक फादर उठाता है तो उसे कमर पे नहीं रखता, उस छोटे बच्चे को फादर अपने कंधों पर बैठाता है. The vision of the father is the vision of the child should be bigger than the vision of the father. जो मैं नहीं देख सका उस बच्चे को देखना है. That is the vision of the father. हमारा जो इंस्टीट्यूट है is playing dual role, hand holding like a mother and vision like a father. We as a leadership role, we as an accountant, we have a larger responsibility to convert that vision into value so that the next generation who is looking towards us to join this profession, they should feel proud that yes, I am the part of this profession of chartered accountancy, and my father, my family, my relative were also part of this great body, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal, for updating us with so much achievements and reforms of ICAI, and it so very resonates with our theme for the conference, the new age. And I am truly proud to be the part of this alma mater. Thank you once again. Next up, we are going to hear someone who has been a source of inspiration for all of us, a well-wisher of ICAI Bahrain over the years. And it's always been a delight to hear from Mr. Jamal Fakhru, Managing Partner, KPMG.
Well, thank you very much, and good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests. I'm delighted to be back again here this year to share some of the thoughts and ideas I might have, which could be of value to you all. But first of all, I would like to echo your President's part of the speech about your involvement and your role in developing the Bahrain economy. And I would like really to thank every single person in this room. For the great work you have been doing over the many decades that the Indians have been in Bahrain, helping us in creating and boosting our economy. So thank you very much. I would like also to thank the board and the organizing committee for inviting me today to speak on a very important subject, which I think Sanjeev have covered most of it, on what did the new age could mean. But I think he have missed 2 points which I would like to add here for the new age here in Bahrain. And for us, or for me at least, I can see the new age in the new beautiful color of the suits of the board. This is a real new age. We, the old age, were either blue, dark blue, gray, and so on. But the new color, the new red wine color, is a very beautiful color. So well done on that. The second bit is over the last 15 years, the old age used to have the stage on that side of the hall. So now we are back to this side. Maybe in the future we'll have it in the middle. I don't know, but I don't know what kind of age that will be. Anyway, let's move to a serious point. No, I want just to say really a few comments. First of all, I would like to talk about shifting in our mindset in the profession as auditors, accountants, and advisors. I think we have been always talking about advice on cost-driven. What is the cost? Let's reduce the cost. I think what we need to do is to shift our mindset into value-driven. What is the value of this will bring to the organization? The issue of cost is a very simple subject. I can go and cut cost here. But am I going to save, am I going to add really good value to the organization by doing that cost cutting? Or I need just to shift my mind and think strategically. Currently, unfortunately, we think on the short term as accountant. I think it is the right time today to see ourselves in a strategic thinking, helping the organization to grow and go faster and do better work. So please, let's not focus on cost, but focus on what sort of value we, as accountants, chartered accountants, internal auditors, and so on, and auditors can add to the organization. The second point I want to say, and I think everyone have said it, is embedding technology in everything we do. No way we can grow our businesses, no way we can do our businesses in the time required today without embedding technology in every single thing we do. And we have heard a lot about it from the two speakers. But the most important thing, we need to change our mindset, because I know many of us here in this room and outside this room believe that technology would mean reduction of jobs. I think on the contrary. I think technology will give us a big opportunity to find new jobs for all the newcomers from universities and the current employees. We have to think positively that technology is not going to have a negative impact on the manpower. And time is telling us that the number of people who are required today to do coding is on the increase. The number of people, what we have shifted now is the kind of work we are doing. But everybody want to have an accountant, want to have a coder, want to have whatever it is by using technology. So please, let us feel that technology is not a fear for us, but it is a great enabler for us. And let's think always that way. And let's advise our clients, advise our people, our organization to invest in technology. I will give you a very simple example which had happened to us during COVID. We have invested in technology, at KPMG, in the years 2017, 18, and 19, heavy investment here in Bahrain. And when the government decided to close all the offices over one night, to say, don't go to office tomorrow, I can tell you that within one switch in the office, we were able to serve all our clients as we were physically visiting their offices. I have many examples like that, but what I want to say is that the more investment you put in technology, the more faith you put in technology, the better for us, not only today, but for the future. The third point is the quality of services. Today, the competition is up to here. The competition not only with people, but also with machines. We need to ensure that when we conduct our business, conduct our work, we do it in complete quality, because quality is going to be the game for every single penny we are spending. We want to make sure that any single penny we put on the table will result of it a quality service to our clients and to our people and to ourselves. Unfortunately, we had so many players whether in our profession or other professions, who are providing services, but not to the quality we as the professionals want. And unfortunately, businessmen, business leaders are using those services, and they are not getting the right quality of service, and we can see it in the results of their operations. I think it is, again, important for us as chartered accountants, as leaders, as auditors, external, internal auditors, we need to ensure that we provide high quality services to the buyers of our services. I think we have got there at the beginning on the slide, small ESG. And I think everybody today is talking about ESG, and they want to ensure that at the year end, at the annual report, they have got a statement about ESG. But unfortunately, neither the board members, neither regulators, neither maybe us, do understand the importance of ESG going forward, the importance for our sustainability. The ESG is not a matter of ticking a box and issue our report to the AGM or to the regulators. It is a total change in our mindset and the way we conduct our business and the way we oblige to the international change required by us. So please, when you talk about ESG, when you provide services on ESG, ensure that it's not a matter of a ticking of a box, it's a matter of reality. We need to focus on environment, on social, and on governance. And I can tell you, maybe we are talking a lot about environment. We are talking a lot about governance. But the word S is missing from our focus. It is important to focus on the S, on the social part of it. That's an area that will really sustain our community and sustain our businesses. So please, when we talk about ESG, just don't tick the box. Ensure that you are really implementing that in your organization and you push the others to implement it within our community. Let me close by my last comment or request from you all here. The President was talking about the number of CA we have in India. I'm delighted we have about 500-600 CAs here. But I request one thing from you all. We need to ensure that use of technology is widely spread. The knowledge about using of technology is widely spread. We need to ensure that we go to the community at large, whether it is the schools, universities, the clubs, and so on. Mentor them and tell them what exactly technology means and what exactly the impact of technology means. We should not limit our knowledge to ourselves. We also need to do that any newcomer to our organizations, whether he's an accountant or another employee, whatever it is, any comer need to know what is technology and the impact of technology. Today, we see every single profession in the world is dependent on technology. We need to ensure that we, as chartered accountants, are dependent on something we understand well. So I would request that each one of you really participate, whether in his organization, or in his community, or in the schools, or at universities, to go to spread the word. What does technology mean to us and to our future and to our business? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jamal, for your words of wisdom and guiding us on how we can add value to the organization as well as economy by leveraging the technology and focus on quality and not just tick the box. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is ICAI Bahrain Guardian. and someone who has always made himself available for ICAI Bahrain, Mr. Abbas Al-Radi, the Chairman, Bahrain Accountants Association.
Good morning, everybody. Colleagues, our distinguished guests, I am proud to be with you today just to express our support in Bahrain Accountant Society to the AICAI chapter and to confirm our commitment to the chapter and our proudness of the long association. I always appraise and appreciate our association with the chapter and confirming that your chapter is the backbone of the accounting profession in Bahrain. Thank you very much for your commitment and thank you very much for your association. After all these long speeches from my colleagues and our distinguished guests, there isn't much to say other than to re-echo what have been said before me, that the accounting age is changing and the accounting profession is changing. We as professionals, we need to abreast ourselves with the new technology and confirm our commitment to all the available technology and a new way of doing business. Having said all this, I have to restate and what has been said by my colleague, Mr. Jamal Mohammed Fakhro, that we don't have to forget the S in the ESG. The social impact of whatever we do has to be considered. The value of our investment, what we are adding to the business, the value addition to the business is important. More than that, our profession is continuously changing. We have to keep ourselves abreast, and we have to make sure that we are up to date with our knowledge and our profession. More important, we have to accept that we are aging and we have to be ready to hand over the leadership to the newcomer and to make sure that they are continuing the journey with all new tools available to them. I conclude by saying thank you for the chapter and thank you for the chairman of the Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants. Thanks all the participants. Please enjoy yourself, networking, and take the best benefit of the ideas and the speakers bringing to you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abbas Radi, for your kind words, and we are proud of our association with you personally as well as with the Bahrain Accountants Association. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to call our chairperson to honor our dignitaries with a token of appreciation. Here I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. Abdul Rahman Juma, Chairman, Bahrain India Society, Ali Sharif, President, Bahrain Accountants Association, Bahrain Internal Auditors Association, Justice Talwan Singh, Chairperson, Appellate Authority ICAI, ICSI and ICMAI. Now I would like to quickly call our ExCom to be on the stage for a photo session with the dignitaries. Thank you very much. Once again, on behalf of ICAI Bahrain, we would like to thank all our dignitaries for accepting our invitation and being with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude the inaugural ceremony. And let's now dive into today's discussion with enthusiasm and with spirit of collaboration. Let us step forward in the new age with the spirit of curiosity, collaboration and commitment to shaping a better future which is sustainable for all. And with that, I hand over the control to yet another dynamic leader of the new age team, our sport enthusiast, CA Vinod Rathi, the Secretary, ICAI Bahrain, to take the session forward. Thank you once again. Thank you very much. And have a good day.
Thank you, C.A. Sarmila, for the kind words. Once again, good morning, everyone.
Okay.
I don't. Huh? I hope you have enjoyed the inaugural session. We will start our first technical session very soon. I request everyone to be seated. The next session will be the exciting session on the stock market related.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Hello. Yeah. It would be nice. I think this is fine. Yep.
I appreciate everyone to take their seat, and we are going to start the next session soon. It's a very interesting, the first technical session, which is basically everyone will be interested in a wealth creation.
You are good to go, sir?
Yeah, all good.
Yes, good job. I request all the members and valued guests to come inside the hall and take their seat.
Yeah.
Dear members and guests, I request all of you to take seat. We are going to start the next session. We will have a coffee break after 2 sessions. So please request everyone to come in the hall and take their seats. I hope everyone had a good short break. Can I request everyone to come back in the hall, and we will start the next session. We highly appreciate your support.
Have the presentation. Yep.
Hope you all have enjoyed the coffee break. We will start the next session in next 2 minutes. Please take your seat. Dear members and guests, please take your seats. We will get another chance to networking later today. Can we request everyone to take their seats so we can start the proceedings? Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Once again, good morning everyone. I hope you had a good coffee break. I request everyone to take the seat, and we are proceeding to the next topic. The first topic the technical topic of today's, this topic is very close to my heart, and moreover, this will be addressed by the person who is a mentor, a good friend, and my go-to person for all my stock market related queries. Yes, Mr. Shivaji Vittal Rao, a seasoned technical stock market professional who has a unique skill to identify breakout trades. I have witnessed many of his trades in last 3 years, which has generated multifold returns. It says that patience is the secret ingredient in wealth creation. This is what exactly Shivaji is going to demonstrate today, how to patiently wait and identify multi-year breakouts on chart to create wealth for the life. Before we welcome Shivaji on the stage, can we have his intro, please?
Shivaji Vittal Rao is into extensive investing record across India, Europe and the US, passionate founder with strong hands-on management experience. Developed a pioneering skill set in identifying sector-level breakouts within the Indian stock markets, specifically in IT, pharma, realty, PSU, PSE, auto, private banks and infrastructure sectors. Conducted over 80 educational sessions, mentoring more than 500 students across India, Singapore, the US, Canada, Australia, Germany and the Middle East. Shivaji established himself as a leading social media influencer on Twitter, amassing a follower base of over 90,000. Directly oversees a portfolio exceeding $6 million, encompassing investments for friends, family offices, and his proprietary trading activities. On this occasion, we are honored to welcome Mr. Shivaji Vittal Rao to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Over to you, Mr. Shivaji.
Hi everyone, good morning. How are you doing? Great. So thanks Vinod for the lovely introduction. Myself Shivaji, I'm 40 years old, came all the way from Germany. By profession I'm an engineer, retired at the age of 40. So now I'm moving to your field, which is finance. Okay, from an engineer to finance field. So today here I am to talk about something very interesting. We all are here in the field of finance to create families. So I'm going to discuss a very interesting topic, which is not the fundamentals. It's going to be more of a technical. I just try to keep it very interesting and sweet and short. Please take your pen and notebooks to write down and do some calculation. So let's do some mathematics as well. I think you all are good at it, right? Great. So let me start with the presentation. So I'm going to discuss one interesting topic, that is wealth creation with multi-year breakouts. Look, we all look for a 4x, 5x kind of returns when we invest in stock market. Well, you might need extensive experience and the knowledge to achieve that. Let's say somebody is not having, for a person like me who is from the engineering background, who doesn't understand finance or the financial statements much better. So how do I do it when I manage my own family funds and for others? So how do we do it with the help of technical analysts? Right, so short introduction which is already given. So I have come up with two things in India. As I said, like I'm a profession, by profession I'm an engineer. Recently you might have seen the Mahindra has come up with two fantastic and stunning designs, and we are the suppliers for them, and we made the powertrains, the battery related products and the software for them. So from an engineering point of view, we are contributing to India in the growth. Now I've come up with 2 products for NRI community to invest in India and to grow in India. One, I've come up with a domestic AIF Cat 3 fund, which is going to be for Indian residents. And Modi ji decided to bring the foreign money to India, like we have the ADGM, the DIFC in Dubai, the Cayman Island, the Luxembourg routes. So he's creating a similar structure in Gujarat. That's called Gift City. Okay, so this is going to be a 0% tax return for the NRI community and the foreign nationals. Okay, so I'm starting this FPI fund. We have already got the fund license from SEBI and the IFSCA authority in Gift City. So this is going to be exclusively for Indian investors who are residing outside. So now I'm moving to the finance field and trying to do my bit to my country. So Modi ji has started in Gujarat, and this is the product. This is going to be a long short fund which I'm trying to bring it to India for the Indian community, and it's a 0% tax. Well, we have already discussed about my professional background. By profession, I'm an engineer. I work for aerospace and the automotive industry. I worked for large companies. I worked for Boeing, Airbus, and I worked for the Bombardier. I also worked for the Indian Defense in India for the LCA Tejas project, and I also worked for the topmost automotive companies in Germany. I live in the Bavarian part, which is the south part of the Germany, which is a great location for automotive industry. Well, this is the city I live in, the Erlangen, the south part of the Germany. Well, the interesting topic. Many people ask me, do you trade? I said no. Do you invest? I said no. Then what do you do? So I do the both. It's called trade the investment. Look, when you invest in any stock or sector, right, they don't go up for years forever. They move for certain period of time and they go sideways, right? They rest, they take a rest. So we keep switching the sectors over a period of time, and we keep changing the stocks. So we make the investment and then we trade that for a certain period, let's say 6 months, 12 months, and then we are out of it. Okay, so we are not like a long-term investor wherein we invest like 5 years or 10 years. We probably invest for 6 months to 12 months. So that's how we trade the investment. So how do we do our strategies? How do we achieve the wealth creation? Look, I'm going to discuss something very, very technical, but it's not that difficult, to be very honest. Okay, so it's called multi-year breakouts. If you understand technical charts, okay, so this is how it is done. So we look at multi-year consolidations. We use the trend line concepts. We use the Dow theory for entry and exit, and we use the simple mathematical formula to calculate the target and time frame. So when you invest, 2 things are very important. Time frame, how long you want to hold the stock, and what is the target. These are the key points. And the next key point is when to buy a sector or a stock, or when to exit. Okay, so I'll just discuss in brief. So in order to find a multi-bagger, I look at 2 concepts. One, a big consolidation after a mega rally, okay, or a big consolidation after a big fall. That's when the big money is made. All right. So the common thing in both is consolidation. What do you mean by consolidation? Stock doing nothing or a sector doing nothing for years or for months. All right. So it can be price channels. When you understand technicals, they look like a sideways channel or a downward channel. So what is sideways channel? So the price remaining in a range. There is an upside range, there is a downside range. The price keeps moving in that range. And one fine day, the price shoots up and a new trend emerges. Okay. So the upper line is what we call in technical analysis resistance, and the downside we call it support, right? So this is how a long consolidation looks after a big rally, or a long consolidation after a big fall. So these are our key factors. All right. So some people call it a triple bottom, double bottoms, or a multiple bottoms. All right. So look at here. What is consolidation? Look at this stock from 2008 to 2023. Didn't do anything. There was a huge rally from 2001. Didn't do nothing. So from the highest point to the breakout point, we call it consolidation time. All right. Look at this one. This qualifies the second part. After a big fall, right? So you have a big consolidation. Stock hits a new high and then consolidates, and one final day you have a breakout. Look here, it is between 2014 and 2021. Stock did nothing for 7 years, all right? And it could be a channel something like this, as I said, or a downward channel, which we have already discussed. So how do you buy? We use a simple Dow theory, which is the basis for all the stock market around the globe for any asset class, to buy and sell or to determine the trend. So when the high is crossed, you buy it, your previous low is the stop loss or your exit point, okay? Or whenever the trend changes, you exit, okay? You buy on the previous high breakout, exit when the last low breaks. A simple Dow theory, all right? When the stock enters into a downward trend, that is breaking last two lows, you make your exit, all right? So now the interesting part, the target calculation. We find the consolidation and then look for range size, target calculation, and some formulas, all right? So let's say the stock is trading between 125 and 100. So what is the range? Any answers? 25, right? So how do I calculate my target? When the stock breaks the upper band, I add my range. So 125 plus 25, how much? 150. So that's the target. That's how it is done. So let's look at some more example how it is done. And the X factor. This is very interesting. So we all want to multiple our money, right? Like 3x, 5x, 10x. So how do I calculate the X factor? So the X factor is upper range divided by lower range. Then you get an X factor. You multiply that to the upper range, you get the target. So we'll see. For example, if the range is 300 on the upside, the stock is going to 300, coming to 100. Going to 300, coming to 100. So you know the range, all right? So 300 divided by 100. So what is the X factor? 3. So you multiply the upper range with 3, you get the 900 targets. Is it that simple? Will it work? Let's see, all right? Check this stock, no return from 2011 to 2023. Okay, it's doing in sideways. The lower band is 67, the upper band is 177. What is the range? Any quick answers? 110, right? Look here. So the X factor is 175 divided by 65. You have 2.7x. Okay. So according to the formula, the target should be 175, the upper range into 2.7. So it should be 470. Has the stock done? Look at the price action. Stock has achieved 500. Right? Check some examples. Okay. So before that, we'll just look at the time frame. So basically, the breakout point into 30-40% of the consolidation. If the consolidation is 10 years, so the stock will take 30-40% of the consolidation to achieve the target. That means it will achieve in 3-4 years if the consolidation is 10 years, for example. Okay. So look at here. This is Engineers India. No return from 99 to 2010 or 2009. 10 year, no return. The range is 90 and 30. The X factor is 3. Stock did 270. All right. Look at here. PSE index. This was one of my top bet last year in 2023. No return from 2007 to 2023. 14 years, no return. Moment the stock comes out of it and breaks out, look what it has done. 3x. The index itself is 3x. All right. So the same formula and the time frame is used to calculate all this. Check this. PSU bank index. All were very skeptical and pessimistic about the PSU banks in 2021 and 2022. We came up with a study on the PSU bank index in 2022, and this was our bet. Look what happened. From 3,000, it went to 8,000 on the election day, June 4th. So the index itself is up 2.5x. All right, check this reality. No return, 2009, 2023. So the range is about 3x. Look what happened. It's a 3x move. Okay, so that's how we pick the multi-baggers. Check the infra story. What happened in Indian infra? No return from 2010 to 2021. 14 years no return. The moment the consolidation is over and the breakout happened in 2021, look what happened. It's a 3x. Again, the sector itself is up 3x. Check German index. Will it work on the global markets? Can I apply this concept on US markets or Latin America or any other markets or Asian markets? Check what happened. No return from 1999 till 2013. And then check what happened. From 8,000, now it is close to 20,000. So index is up 2.5x, right? Check Microsoft, big rally from 99, I think you would have seen the dot-com bubble in 2000, right? No return until 2012, 2013. From $30, went up to 450. It's 15x. So the strategy works, the formula works on the global stocks as well. Check NTPC, one of the laggard. What happened? Didn't move from 2009 to 2021. Check what happened. All right? Look at REC. No return. And then a breakout. Check this. PFC. No return from 2010 until 2023. Why all these stocks started to do well from 2023? Because there was a huge consolidation. The moment there was a breakout, when there was no return for 10 years, the stock actually gives much faster returns, right? Check this, SBI, 3x, after 10 years of no return, all right? Bharti Airtel, which is one of the slowest stocks, no return for 14 years, the stock is now 3x, all right? Now, how do you play these stocks? One, you act on the breakout. When you have a range, you act on the breakout. The stop loss is always the previous bottom, as per the Dow theory. Simple. Okay. The second, you act on the retest. If you miss the first move, you look at the second opportunity. If you get a retest to the breakout level. Here, if you see, the stock has not done well from 2007 until 2016. 8 years no return. You got an opportunity. You missed, you got another opportunity. Let's say you missed 2 times. God is giving you one more chance, which is when the previous high is broken. So you have 3 chances. If you miss all 3, what should you do? Catch the next stock. Okay. All right. So for the year 2025, do we have something in terms of sectors or stocks which are making these kind of patterns, which can give us, multifold returns over next 2 to 3 years? Yes, there are plenty of stocks, and the year 2025 is going to be a very selective stock and very stock specific and sector specific year. It's going to be a difficult year in my opinion, and it's going to be a stock picking year. So you have to be very, very selective when you pick. So we have identified few. One of them is from OMC, the BPCL. No return from 2017 till 2024. I think this stock can double. You can do the calculations, you can use the formula and see whether it will work. And the time frame to achieve could be next 2 to 3 years. All right. Canfin Homes, no return from 2017. So the stock is showing some momentum. All right. So will it give a trending move in coming years? Well, Engineers India, yet again giving one more opportunity. 2010, 2024, no return. So the range is 4x. Can it do 600? So very interesting setup. So it's a PSU stock, all right? Vedanta, which is one of the top company from the metal space. Okay, look at the stock. No return from 2010 or 2024. It has given a breakout. Will it become a 4x stock or a 5x stock in next 4 to 5 years? Very interesting on the chart. Okay. Check Karnataka Bank, one of the private banks, and looking very exciting on the chart. Okay. And the potential target could be like 750 to 800. Maybe you can do your own calculation based on the fundamental side. Will it be a possibility? So according to our formula and our study, the stock is looking very exciting for the next 3 to 5 years. Check HDFC Bank. The stock has not done well over the last 3 years. Most of the fund managers were stuck with this stock. And if you ask anybody, HDFC is an elephant, will it move? I think it started to give that momentum. So this was like 4 months back. Now see the current trend. The stock has given a breakout from 2021 to 2024. It's a 3-year breakout. Okay. So the stock has potential to do another 40-50% from here. All right. So we are very, very selective in terms of picking the stocks and sector. Right. So Aries Agro, one of the stock from agriculture industry. 2008, 2024, 16 years, no return. Can it become a multi-bagger? Looks very exciting on the chart. All right. Check City Union Bank, one of the private banks, and trying to give a 2019-2025 breakout. The stock was in a range about 220 to 120. So roughly 100 rupees, which is going to be like 80% return on the upside. Will it do in next 1 to 2 years? Looking very exciting on the chart. Okay. Check Hindalco. Again, one stock from the metal space. A multi-year breakout and then a retest. Looking very exciting on the chart. Marico, FMCG stock. Okay. With the recent fall in the market, the FMCG has corrected a lot, and this stock held well despite all the corrections. It has given 2021, 2024 breakout, and a retest is happening. When I discussed about the 3 opportunities, how to buy, this is the second segment. So the stock is having a great structure in terms of price action. SBI, the giant from the PSU's bank. It's not a multi-year, it's actually a multi-month. Okay. So it's consolidating from the June 24th when Modi got elected. Okay. That was the high, it couldn't cross, now it is consolidating. Moment the blue line is crossed, we have that trigger point which I discussed. So possibly we can get a 4 digits on the stock. All right. So will it work on the commodity? Look what happened on the gold. 2020, 2023, no return. Look what happened. Gold gave 35% return in 6 months. All right. Look at silver. No return from 2020 to 2024. This was one of my big bets this year. Right. I call it the trade of the decade. Right. So quick 40% move in the last 6 months. So when you pick a consolidation and such patterns, it gives you a faster return on your money. So that's how efficiently you can, enhance your returns. Check the silver on a very long term phase. 1980, 2011 tops, it couldn't cross $50. The moment $50 is crossed, maybe in 25 or 26, this commodity can double and triple, which is one of the undervalued commodity in my opinion. I have a very big bet in silver. All right. So it can become $50 to 100 in next 5 to 8 years. Maybe by the end of this decade, we could see potentially $100 on silver. Copper, which is one of the interesting setup, 2006, 2024, looking very exciting. So it's going to be a bull market in commodities in next 5 to 8 years. So the copper is also set up for a large move. So we will see when we cross the $5, we will have a trending move towards $7 to $8 in my opinion. Platinum, look at platinum, did nothing from 2008 until today, 16 years. So there is a huge potential that platinum could pick up and test all-time highs in coming years. Okay, so this is looking very exciting on the chart. Any questions? Okay, great. I hope, yeah. Yeah. Market believes so. So market is smart. So my study is when the price has given a breakout, it's end of the day, the market participant and the smart money has decided to take the stock upside. So they would have done their study, as you said. So the market believes the stock is trending up, so I go with the charts.
So no study of fundamentals?
No, I don't do at all. As I said, I'm not a guy from fundamental. Okay, I just look at what the smart money is doing. I buy when they buy, I sell when they sell. Simple. I don't use my head.
One more thing, that how do you keep insulated from market news? For example, okay, we have a theory.
Yeah.
We apply those theory. Then there's a news, okay, like for example, if I'm investing in China market, but then again tariff from Chinese market, I kind of sell those Chinese holding. How do you insulate yourself from these news, or do you act on those news?
So basically we look at the sector indices, we look at the ratio charts, whether they are going to outperform or underperform, irrespective of what is happening outside India or around the world. So we give more importance to the price action at the end of the day. As I said, it's the market participant or the smart money that's going to move the market, right? If the market believes in the story, we just believe it. You know, we try to ignore. At the end of the day, it's very important for us to ignore the noise. The moment you ignore the noise, you can actually, you know, enhance of getting, you know, getting more success, right? So that's how it is.
Thank you.
Welcome. Yeah.
Any?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Hi. All the past examples that you gave were the breakout period ranged from 10 to 14 years.
Yeah.
Whereas the futures that you are projecting are for examples, the tenor that you consider are shorter.
No, so I did have like Aries Agro from 2008 to 2024. It's 16 years. Platinum is again 16 years. Silver is 40 years. So there are various, I mean, I'm trying to give a different time frames, but the formula works on various time frame as well. You can pick a multi-month, like say 6 months to 12 months, or even 50 years, like the silver. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Yes, please.
I have a question on HDFC Bank. I'm from the finance field as well. So obviously 90% of the street was bearish on the stock. So just want to get your understanding how you picked it. You picked it very early, obviously. So if you can give us some understanding, that would really be helpful.
Okay. I think last 3 years the stock has, has not participated in the market rally. Okay. If you look at the price action of the chart from 2021 till last 6 months back, okay, it was just in a range of 1800 to 1400. Okay. So if you look at the volumes, so the moment the last run up, the recent breakout, there was a spike in the volumes. That means the smart money which believed the stock would, start performing well, started buying. So we look at the price volume action as well, and also on the ratio charts. The ratio charts is like relative strength when you compare with the indices, whether the stock is going to outperform the index or outperform the other sectors. On the various fronts, the stock was looking very exciting, and there was a breakout on the ratio chart as well. So that gave us an insight that this stock can do well over next few years, if not few months. So potentially the stock can do 2,500 to 3,000 from here. Yeah. Yes, please.
Thank you, and nice to see engineer like yourself tackling the stock market. But I've studied commerce. Okay. So one of the fundamentals of investment, which I have been taught, is that history is not the indicator of future.
Yeah.
And what I could see in your presentation, a lot of dependencies and drawings are there from the history. So are we riding the political wave? That's why the market is going on. And so what is your take on this assumption that fundamental human behavioral bias that we should avoid of taking history as an indicator of future?
Okay. Well, in technical analysis, there is an assumption that history repeats often itself. Okay. So the price chart, okay, which is there in the past can repeat, maybe not to that extent, but at least, you know, it can achieve 70-80% result. All right. So if you look at prior to Modi also, all right, you know, we get the political bias just because Modi is there, the market is doing well. If he's not there, market may not do well. No, it's not that case. If you look at 2003 and the 2008 bull market, you know, the stories are there. So when you have these multi-year breakouts, like, you know, the Reliance didn't do well, despite, company making good profits from 2010 to 2017. Of course, the company was doing well, reasonably, but it took off when the Jio launched in the 2017. So basically, irrespective of the political scenario or the leader, the sectors and stocks will keep doing well based on the, you know, business and the potential opportunities. Yeah.
Thank you, members. Any additional question will be taken offline. Sivaji is here for next 2 days. Thank you, Sivaji, for the insightful session. I think after your session, our conference has taken the breakout and it will give a multi-X knowledge in next 2 days.
Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed.
So now I would like to call our past chairperson, CA Mahesh Narayan, and vice chairperson, CA Vineet Maru, to come on the stage and felicitate Mr. Sivaji.
My pleasure,
for your
sir.
presentation.
Thank you so much.
Once again, thank you, Sivaji, CA Mahesh, CA Vineet. Now I would like to call our executive committee member, CA Keta Shah, Head of Public Relations, to take the proceeding further. Over to you, CA Keta.
Thank you, CA Vinod, for the kind intro. Once again, good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's session on the topic which is as relevant as it is revolutionary: go paperless. The concept of going paperless is about embracing efficiency, sustainability, and yes, saving ourselves from drowning into the paper. To help us understand why and how to go paperless, we have our esteemed guest today, Mr. Sebi Syriac, who has mastered the art of decluttering desk and saving forest. And now, to take it further, my AI avatar will be helpful. Can I have the AV, please?
Sebi Syriac, a seasoned expert with more than 22 years of experience in backlog digitization and scanning services as well as document management solutions. He began his career as a software consultant, where he gained extensive experience in comprehending the complexities of technology and business solutions. His spirit of entrepreneurship inspired him to launch his own company, which has since grown into a multinational entity with a presence in 5 countries: UAE, Oman, Qatar, Bahrain, and India. We extend a sincere welcome to Mr. Sebi Syriac at the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Sebi Syriac, Global Director, Cube Innovators. Over to you, Mr. Sebi.
Thank you, Geeta.
Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everybody are hungry today. Why are we here today? We want to talk about today how going paperless can improve the efficiency and meet the excellence of your team. As Sanjeev sir said, we have to be proud as an Indian. What did Ranjit sir say? We are an Indian chartered accountants. We have to excel to the maximum. That's where we are going to help you out. Today, we have only few thoughts. It's the financial year end. Just think about it. How old are your organization? How many branches or warehouses does your organization have across the regions? How many employees do you have in your finance department and other departments? What is the operational cost of that? Is the current team more than enough to handle your 2025? How efficient they are in their work? They are all efficient. Have you utilizing it to the maximum extent? Are you getting 100% productivity from your team members? What are the major challenges that you're facing when you look for a document and within your departments? There are a few more questions to be asked. How many documents on a daily basis are your team printing? Have you ever calculated the cost of printing and stationery in the last financial year? How much space is being utilized in your warehouses and your offices? What's the square feet of rent that you're paying for this huge space? When we need a document or a set of documents, are you able to get those on your fingertips? How many people you have to depend? How many times you are getting stressed out? How many people do you have to get these documents, and how easy is when an auditing happens? We are going to give you a solution where even to the auditors, instead of 20 days, we can finish that in 5 days. We guarantee you that. And that's the case studies that we have. When we visited several organizations here in Bahrain, we found similar to this kind of offices where they were all storing their documents. Why are they all storing these documents? Was this the situation at the end of the month, end of the quarter, end of the year, and especially when an auditor comes for auditing? We are here to help you, to save your space, save your time, save your money. More than that, we want to talk about how we can improve your employees' efficiency by 70 to 80%. Digitization is the first thing before moving to digitalization. Then we talk about the AI concept. Who we are. I'm Sebi Surek, I'm the Global Director of Cube Innovators Technologies. We help organizations to go paperless by providing document management system and backlog digitization. We have a vision and a mission when we came to Bahrain. We want to help all the organizations over here to go paperless. This is my team across the regions. We have globally 90 plus, currently started with Saudi and next month with Kuwait, to help them to all go paperless. We don't compromise on the quality. We are ISO certified company. What's a document management system? Very simple. In 2 simple words. Managing all your physical and electronic documents in a centralized way, so that you can search and retrieve any document anytime. Backlog digitization, whatever documents you have till today, we can deploy our people. And later, it's not a tedious task. We can train your people to do that activity. As per the VAT, earlier it was 5 years, today it is made to 10 years. Do you think you can keep documents for 10 years in your offices and warehouses? How much cost is going to be incurred? After 5 years or 6 years, is it going to be a readable condition? It will all get faded. So we have some smart customers from Bahrain who are our current customers in this region. Look at the Middle East customers from the corporate sector, almost all the big brands, from the retail sector, from the FMCG sector, from the financial sector, banks, insurance, exchange houses, healthcare sector, hospitals, clinics, pharmacies, construction and contracting sector, trading and distribution companies, hospitality sector. We have some clients in India as well, including HAL, IOCL, etc. What we offer is Condenverse document management system. Can you imagine this system was launched 30 years ago? I am with them for the last 20 years helping corporates to go paperless and save a lot of money. When we approached Thumbkin, they also said, go ahead, we love you guys. Where were you guys till date? Why you guys didn't come to Kingdom of Bahrain? They have approved it. You will get the subsidy from Thumbkin based on your availability. What content-based document management system can do? It can scan, store, and allocate from any system into a central system. We have the world's best image compression technology. We scan all this in 300 dpi color. You can also have a version revision on the changes made on the document. The system is already integrated with almost all the ERPs, including SAP, Oracle, Microsoft, JD Edwards, Tally. Any system generated from those systems can be directly brought into the system. You can do highlighting, redaction, annotations on scanned images and on PDF documents. You can have an audit trail, advanced audit trail report. You can do a batch scanning and bulk scanning of documents directly into the system. You can search even on a contract content, on a scanned image. You want to search for a content, system will tell you in this page it exists. It also supports 555 plus file formats. It also has a retention policy, how many years you want to keep it. And also at the same time, you will get a reminder when the contract expires, etc. First is digitization, then comes the digitalization is the workflow component. It's part of the product. Outlook connectors, email archival, CV management, etc. You can archive all your emails, complaints, etc. Important emails, you can archive it without downloading it. Splitting and merging of PDF. Sometimes you get a document, you want to split it. You want to merge 2 pages, you can do that. Converting a Word, Excel, PowerPoint, PDF, AutoCAD to a single PDF to share it. You don't have to do a one-by-one conversion. It also has a desktop client, web client, and mobile app. Look at it, how convenient. It's a 2-factor authentication, one more level security too. DocuSign integration, so that if you're sending any documents out, internal signatures can be done through DMS content-based, and then you can send only to the third party for the final signature. Active Directory, whatever username and password today used to log into the system, the same username and password is being used for this as well. Normally, based on our experience and expertise with the industries, we can finish this implementation in a week's time for your finance department. That's the guarantee we can give you. Let your head office be anywhere. Let your branches be anywhere. Let your warehouses be anywhere in the world. We can streamline everything into a central system. It can be multiple hospitals and clinics or pharmacies, doesn't matter. Look at finance department. If you want to search for any specific document, you can pull out any value from the ERP and pull the data. Real estate divisions, compliance, banks, insurance, exchange houses, HR department, legal department. That's where we help, and that's our expertise is from all these industries and verticals. And all these departments we have already had. It's a plug and play. We have the backlog digitization department. Not even a single piece of paper will be going out of your office. We will be deploying our manpower into your premise. They will be taking very carefully. We have a process, international process that we follow. We do the paper preparation, which we will be teaching your people to do the day-to-day documents, guaranteeing you 15 to 30 minutes, all your day-to-day documents will be digitized and uploaded into the system. We have a sorting team, professional team. We have high-end production scanners, which can scan even 300,000 pages in a 10-hour shift. We have different models of scanners for engineering drawings and plotter scanners for flowcharts, etc. We train your people. Later, what we do, we are trying to help you to save your cost on the storage. We remove all the box files. You will not see any more box files in your office. We have a best practice which has been done. We remove the box files. Later, we put it into pouches. The same carton box earlier was fitting only 8 to 10 carton box files. Today, 25 to 30 to 40 box files can fit into the same carton box, and each and every set of documents will be assigned in the system telling that in this warehouse, in this pouch, in this carton box that exists when you search for a set of documents. That's going to be easy. Look at it. We are going to reduce your current storage space to 10% or less than that. We have some case studies. This is how people were storing it. This is how we have given it back, the entire whole year data. This is how all my customers across the Middle East and globe are using it. Look at this case study. 15,000 square feet in a week's time. We cleared it. And They built up offices. They started stacking all their stocks over there. 15,000 square feet to 400 to 700 square feet. What's the ROI this organization might have got? One of the largest retail sector. We have so many case studies like this where we help them to go paperless. And what is the budget? Now you understood how we can help you to save your people's time, save your space, save your money. More than that, we want to improve your employee productivity. You grow in the next 2025, 2 times or 3 times, we can guarantee you. You don't have to hire a single person to manage your operations and your finance department and your HR department. They can be more efficient today than yesterday. And that's our experience and expertise. We'll teach you all the best practices. We have our team here locally. We are locally present over here, all of them. And what are we going to offer you with my team over here is coming to your organization, 2 days of system study with all your departments. We'll give you a report. It's free of cost for ICAI chapter members and their organizations. We'll teach you all the best practices, what the other companies from the other regions, from your own same line of industry and verticals have implemented. How did they getting the benefit of this? And that's where today we are here and in front of you, all of you, to come over here and say, we are here to help you. You can anytime reach to us. We can have one-to-ones. My team can reach out. And what's the next budget? Implement a powerful system like Converse, where the other organizations across the region have implemented it. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, the entire team, to give us this opportunity to talk about how you can go paperless and where efficiency meets excellence. We want you to grow, not by increasing your operational cost. We want to bring down your operational cost and increase your margins. Once again, thanks a lot. Any questions? Any questions? Thank you. Thanks a lot. All the very best.
Thank you, Mr. Sebi, for that insightful session. Now I would like to request our past chairperson, CA Mani Lakshman Murthy and CA Vinit Maru to honor Mr. Sebi.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you all. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Thank you once again. Now it's the time for the surprise session. And for that, I would like to invite someone who is known for his ever smiling face, a very generous, our Raffle master for today, CA Vicky John Walker. Welcome. Over to you, Vicky.
Ta-da! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome the most merriest, most damper, and more importantly, the most generous raffle master of the century. Well, I'm your jolly good fellow, here to spread some joy, cheers, and most importantly, a lot of gifts. Well, let's be honest, who doesn't like free gifts? But please be aware that I have the power. With a single click of button, I can change your fortune. So are you ready to win all the exciting prizes we have today? So let's begin the raffle party. Usually, when we have raffles, we start with the small prizes first, and then we progress, and towards the end we have the bumper prize, which we call the mega prize. But today, as we say that the stage is on the reverse side, the new age, we are going to start with the mega raffle first. And the first raffle that we have today is from Europcar, a French company specializing in mobility services which operates in Bahrain through a partnership between ICAI Almoid Group and the Ajit Khimji Group in Oman. Our IT coordinator, are we ready for the raffle? To present this raffle, I am going to invite the Europcar team from Oman and Bahrain. Put your hands together for Ms. Saira Ranj, Marketing Head, Mr. Satya Selapa, Supervisor, Mr. Imran Malik, Business Development Manager. Let's give them a big round of on, and I will be back very soon. Thank you very much. Now, to take forward the proceedings, I am going to hand over the control to my friend, CA Ankush.
Thank you, CA Vicky. I think so after witnessing that first Raffle session, I can say that, my right is actually not right. I should have been on the left. And I think so I'm going to move my tables after this, session. The start has been incredible, and I can promise the best is yet to come. Now, I would request everybody to put their phones on silent mode unless you guys are busy doing TNT, tweeting and tagging the hashtag 16th Annual International Conference happening in Bahrain. Now moving on to some serious business here. We all know that as accountants, we hold the keys to financial transparency and trust. But what happens when the lines between ethical responsibility and legal compliance gets blurred? As the world moves towards automation, evolving governance regulations, more often than not, as accountants, we are faced with a dilemma where the question isn't just what is legal, but what is ethical. It's a conversation that is more important than ever. And to take us through this discussion, we have a luminary in between us, a personality who has seen it all. I would like to request everybody to give a big round of applause for Justice Retired Talwant Singh. And to know more about him, I would request my AI friends to give a brief profile.
Justice Talwant Singh is a renowned senior advocate with over 4 decades of judicial and legal experience, marked by dedication to justice and a profound understanding of the law. He served as an additional district and sessions judge in Delhi District Courts from May 2000 to November 2014, and later as a permanent judge of the High Court of Delhi from May 2019 until his retirement in June 2023.
Currently, Justice Singh practices before the Supreme Court of India as a designated senior advocate and chairs the appellate authority under CA, CS and CWA laws. He is also an avid philanthropist, supporting organizations that champion human rights, access to justice, and legal education through his work with Nasdeep Foundation. We proudly extend our warmest welcome to Justice Talwant Singh at the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
So, everyone, Justice Talwant Singh, the stage is all yours, sir.
Good afternoon to all. So this is my first visit to Bahrain. I'm thankful to Vivek ji and his team for inviting me. I was just discussing with friends here that I do the job of a headmaster. So I have to keep my chartered accountants, company secretaries, and the cost accountants on the right track. This is not an easy job. Of course, people come to us after they have one stint with their disciplinary committees. If the disciplinary committee is going to take action against the chartered accountants, company secretaries, and cost accountants, then the appeal lies before the appellate authority. This appellate authority is appointed by the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India, and it has 5 members, 2 senior chartered accountants, 2 IAS, and I am the chairman of the committee, being a retired High Court judge. This appointment comes with a greater responsibility to see that all the 3 institutions and their members are on the right track. Of course, what I feel that everybody, every human being wants to be on the right side of the law, and everybody wants to follow the ethics. And what are the ethics? I think this is a philosophical term which says it's a difference between right and the wrong. I'm yet to see a human being who will say, look, I will do the wrong. Even a thief will say, look, I am doing the right thing, I am stealing something for my own need or for my family's need. So it depends upon the circumstances, it depends upon the facts of a particular case, whether a person is right or wrong, and you can't be right and wrong at the same time. So ethics means the doing right things at the right time in the right situation. We get all these opportunities in our life where we have to choose between the right and the wrong. And all people who have, trust in themselves and trust in God, they choose the right things. It can be your vocation, your profession, your family, your own personal life. Then these ethical things are basically, when we talk about the legal compliances or law, I always say one simple thing. What is law? Law is nothing but the common sense and the traditions which have evolved from time to time, which are converted by the governments of the land into law. Law is not something, which is not supported by the ethics. Law is not something which is not supported by the right thinking. Now, sometimes you have to choose between your personal or professional ethics. For lawyers say their profession is a noble profession. I say the chartered accountant's profession is also a noble profession. Public has put their trust in all of you to see that what you certify is the correct financial status of a corporation, a company, an individual, or a partnership or LLP, whatever it is there. They don't expect you to certify something, to present something to public, present something to the government, to the tax authorities, to the compliance and regulatory authorities, which is not true, which is not backed by the correct facts, which is not backed by the accounts which are being kept by the company. So it's the duty of the professional body to see that the members of this professional body, that is the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, they are on the right course, they follow the code of conduct. In case there is a violation of code of conduct, there can be a complaint against a member of the institute, or the disciplinary bodies, they have a right to even, now it's an authorized right, earlier it was not there, they have a right to work even on information received from any source. Information can be received from the government authorities, information can be received from SFIO, information can be received from NCLT, information can be received from the press, from the electronic media, and they can act on that. So the old days of having something hidden in the printed balance sheet somewhere and nobody is going to question it, those days are over. As our worthy president has informed the board, now they have put the balance sheets of thousands of companies, their annual accounts in the ChatGPT and AI, and everybody can assess that. So there are people who are sitting there who are ready to find faults with what you have done as a chartered accountant. We do get complaints from the affected persons. The complaints are also made by, suppose there is a board of directors and there is a split in the board of directors. Then one set of people who have been ousted from the board of directors, rightly or wrongly, they will also complain against you. The people, even the employees, they sometimes act as whistleblowers. There are regulatory bodies which also inform us. Then your ethics, I think everybody is aware about that. So the ethical principle are integrity. You have to be straightforward. You have to be honest in all your professional and business relationships. You have to be objective. There should not be any element of bias, conflict of interest, or undue influence by anybody. He may be a director of the company, he may be somebody known to you for years together, he may be a close friend or family member. You should not lose your objectivity. Then you should be professionally competent, and you have to take the due care. Being professionally competent in the modern world means that since everything is moving towards technology, old days of paper-based accounting are over. So you have to keep yourself updated. You have to learn all the intricacies of technology, including AI, robotics, and whatever new developments are taking place. Blockchain is the new thing. I think sooner or later, every business, banks have already started moving towards blockchain. A time will come when all other companies will also maintain their accounts in blockchain. So all these technologies, you have to be very proficient with them. Only then you will be able to audit their accounts and present the right picture before the public at large and the governments of the state. You have to maintain confidentiality of the information because you are the one, who will be knowing every single entry, every single detail of the accounts or of the working of a financial institution, a company or a corporate body. You have to maintain the confidentiality and not to disclose it to a person who is not competent to, who is not authorized to receive that information. And you have to, your professional behavior should be up to the mark. You have to comply with all relevant laws of the land. Once you are in Bahrain, so you have to comply with the local laws, the laws of the land. And if there is any conflict between the ethics and law, this is the, something which one has to be very careful about. As and when you feel that you are in that situation, please consult your peers, consult your colleagues, consult your seniors, or consult the institution or the concerned chapter. They will be able to guide you what exactly is to be done. There are many instances where we have seen people who have gone off the mark, who have strayed into the fields in which they should not stray because of the reasons best known to them. People, sometimes they go for shortcuts. Second is that you believe whatever is present to you by the company is the correct figures, is the correct financial status or financial health of the company. You have not taken the due diligence, you have not taken the steps which you should have taken to ensure. And so you cross those limits. So the tests which you have to put when you do this, when you compromise your conscience, you compromise your ethics, the tests you should put are that what would I tell my child or parents to do in the same situation? Your children, your parents are the real test. Can you, if your family will come to know, your neighbors will come to know, your relatives will come to know what you have done, what will they feel? Then what will my conscience feel after I have done something which I should not have done? Will I be able to have a sound sleep tonight or not? Then how will I feel when my name will be there, not in the good sense, but in the bad sense, on the front page of the newspapers or maybe on the electronic channels? Then the situation which I have chosen, I have to take all the precautions to see what can go wrong with that. You have to see that situation and only then take an informed decision. And whether the decision that I have taken, whether my action at that time will stand the test of time, the next generations, maybe after 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, how will they judge me and my actions? Whether the action will generate a negative perception about me, and whether I am confident about the decision that I have taken. So these are the things which you have to be very careful. The types of complaints that we receive at the appellate authority level, first the complaints will go to the Board of Discipline or the Disciplinary Committee, and then the complaints, once the institute has taken an action, we get the appeals. We get the appeals in cases where chartered accountants have been convicted for professional misconduct, for violation of different clauses given in the first and second schedule of the CA Act 1949. All of you are aware. If you are not aware, please go through them. Then there are cases where there is a misconduct for bringing disrepute to the profession under or held guilty of by any civil or criminal court for an offense. Once you are punished by a civil court or by a criminal court, the institute suo motu can take action against you. Then informations received from the government department, we have got SFIO, we have got NAFRA, we have got NCLT and other things. There are violations of code of ethics, even we deal with those cases. Then violations of any guidelines which are issued by the institute from time to time. Violation of the accounting standards. Accounting standards are being revised from time to time. And if there is any violation, we deal with those cases also. Then violation of the relevant laws of the land. In India, we have got the Companies Act and the Income Tax Act. Now we have got GST and other acts also. If there is any intentional violation in which you are either a party or you have given your consent or you have certified the accounts knowing fully well that they are not compliant with the company law and the Income Tax Act. If you have allowed any person to practice in your name, you being not there, so this is again a professional misconduct which goes against the ethics and the code of conduct. You accept any part of profits or professional work of a person who is not a member of the institute. You are in partnership with a person who is not part of the CA institute. This is again a professional misconduct. Then you solicit your clients by circular, advertisement, personal communication and interview. I have found, one day I was traveling by, I think, Air India, and in that magazine which they publish, a chartered accountant has published a full-page advertisement. So I've taken a photograph of that and I'll be forwarding it to the concerned authorities. You can't publish your advertisements in newspapers, maybe not directly related to your work, but saying that if in case your money is stuck somewhere, please contact me so and so. I'm a chartered accountant of 20 years experience or 30 years experience, I'll get your money recovered. This is a full page advertisement in the airlines magazine. I don't know whether this man has got some fear of the God or some fear of the institute or not. So even I think now the social media, I am from the legal profession, so I know there are lawyers, who are now using the social media to attract clients. I don't know who are those clients who get attracted through social media. So social media can be used for all other purposes, not for attracting the clients. Then you don't supply the information which is called by the institute. Again, this is a misconduct. You bring disrepute to the profession in the opinion of the council, or discloses information acquired in the course of your professional engagement to the persons who are not authorized to receive that information. Then express opinion on financial statements of any business in which you have substantial interest. If you are personally involved in a business, maybe as a partner, maybe your family's business, maybe somebody who's close family relative of yours, and you certify or you certify those financial statements, this can't be done. Then there is a failure to disclose material fact known to you, which is necessary in making the financial statement. If you are hiding something which came in your notice, but you advise your client, no, we can circumvent this, we can bypass this by going this way. This is again something, which will ultimately land on my table and my authority's table. Then gross negligence in professional duty. You are very casual in your approach. One can't be. Chartered accountants, company secretaries, ICWAs, advocates, doctors, we can't be negligent. We are professionals. We have taken an oath. We have to be alert all the time. Then when you are giving your opinion, you are certifying accounts, and there is some information which you ought to have taken, like sundry debtors. You are supposed to verify them before issuing a certificate that the sundry debtors are amounting to so and so are there in the balance sheet. If you have just believed the statement given by the financial statements or financial accounts given by the company, again, you are negligent. There are chances, and we have got cases where the chartered accountant have not even verified the bank balances. The certificates which were produced before them were the 4 certificates, by the company under audit, and they have believed that, again, they are facing the consequences. Then if you contravene in acts, regulation, and guidelines, and if you have embezzled the money which you received in your professional capacity, and if you work as an auditor of a company in violation of the Companies Act. So these are the cases which we generally deal in the appellate authority. Although in the morning I came to know, the family is 4,25,000 strong. The complaints which are received at the CA Institute are only in hundreds, not even in thousands. So overall, we can say that the most 99.9% chartered accountants are complying with the code of ethics and of course with the code of conduct, and it's something which the institute and its members should be proud of. But the complaints which we receive, of course the action is taken by depending upon whether it's a Schedule 1 or Schedule 2 violation, by the Board of Discipline or the Disciplinary Committee. And thereafter, chartered accountants are given an opportunity to explain their stand, bring their witnesses, do whatever you wish to do. And ultimately, if they are punished, so they are before us. And whatever decision is taken by the appellate authority, it is again has to pass the, you can say, test of the concerned High Court, where the chartered accountant or the institute can challenge it. So my humble advice to all of you is keep your eyes and ears open. Be a professional. A company is not your final annadata. You got your personal responsibility, your professional responsibility towards the institute, towards the government, towards the authorities which are appointed by the government, and you have got a personal responsibility to be true to yourself, to your family, and to your country. Thank you very much.
Wow, what a thought-provoking session it was. Let's just take a moment to appreciate the depth of what we have just heard. That simple yet powerful message which Justice Singh just, delivered. This discussion, just brings home a fact that as accountants, our decisions don't just impact the spreadsheets. They shape trust, they influence the industries, and above all, uphold integrities in a way that resonates far beyond numbers. As we leave this session, let's carry forward this essential question: what kind of professionals, and at the end, what kind of individuals we want to be? As we navigate these crossroads, let's remember the power of dialogue, courage, and shared accountability. Can I now request CA Vivek and our past chairperson, CA Kapil Batra, to come on the stage and felicitate Justice Talwant Singh, please. Thank you, Vivek. Thank you, Sir Kapil Batra, and thank you, Justice Singh. Now, as we move to the next session, let me hand over the control to our very own ExCom member, CA Akhila Madhuri, to take us to the next session. Akhila, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Ankush, for the kind introduction. A very good afternoon, everyone. I know you all must be waiting for the lunch break, but it's a pleasure to be back with you all as we continue our exciting 16th annual conference of ICAI Bahrain. I hope you all have been enjoying all the insightful sessions so far. Now, as we move forward, I would like to take a moment to welcome you back and introduce our next distinguished speaker, who will talk about digital Darwinism. What is digital Darwinism? Anyone? Well, I'll admit it. I had to Google it myself, and here's what I found. Darwinism is evolution. Digital Darwinism refers to digital evolution. To speak about this fascinating topic, we have with us a long-time and a prominent member of our community, CA Nishit Sheth, the director of SSPL Middle East WLL. I now request the stage management team to play the
CA
avatar
Nishit
introduction of the
Sheth, a
speaker.
strategic professional and an experienced consultant with rich and diverse cross-cultural experience of over 2.5 decades in delivering strategic, analytical, and digital transformation for the clients from diverse industries including Big Four, government, utilities, insurance, telecom, banking, and financial institutions. He is a director at SSPL Middle East, Bahrain, earlier was associated with Batelco, Kingdom of Bahrain as a forensic audit manager from May 2019 to November 2020. Nishit is Information System Audit ISA, ICAI, and CA qualified from ICAI. Apart from his academic qualifications, he is a certified advanced analytics professional and master trainer on data analytics, ACL, Analyzer, Excel, Access, SQL, Tableau, Power BI. We graciously welcome Mr. Nishit Sheth to the 16th annual conference of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI.
Thank you, AI Abhinav. With that, please join me in welcoming CA Nishit Sheth to the stage as he shares his valuable insights. Over to you, Nishit.
Go back in 1960s, 70s, when precisely the computer started coming in our civilizations. We might have seen them in 1980s, but yes, it started coming in 60s. Business processing started happening. You know, we started with a concept, you would have heard some of the senior members, that the banks, certain companies, they started saying, we have computerized our systems. And good number of years we went on a concept of saying computerize, computerize. Our bank said we have computerized. Now we have something called ALM. So we have a ledger printing machines now. You bring your passbook, we put it in a printer instead of our handwriting. Now it is computer printed. And you feel good when you see to it. Might be a time you would have felt with a very little printing, you would have said, oh, the ribbon seems to be torn out. He has not changed the ribbon. We started from that computerization, and today when we talk about in 2024 or even in start of the 2000th century, we started feeling some kind of a miss or some kind of a pain about it. Why am I not getting that utility from the investments that I'm doing? That is because we never thought before that something called automation. You have feeded in the data, you have done everything. Were we able to make the system think for us, work for us, and tell us something? No. For an example, if I just make you walk through your old system, somebody would remember you would have something called a vendor master data with you. You have typed in all the names, given him the number, addresses, everything. Still, when you open up to issue a PO, you type, it will give you the list, you will select OK, ABC, and then also you are typing the address and everything again to it. Why? Something which you had, if some of you would have filed some ITRs way back in India systems, you would have imagined like I typed in all these information in one form, why do I do it again on the same URL? Because we started the journey with a concept called computerizing. Computerizing is something which I do manually. Now instead of doing manually, I just type it on a computer and I take an electronic printout. That becomes like computerized, nothing more. But when we talk about automation, we talk digitalization, means now we are basically thinking, can this machine think about us? Can it do some of the processes which I am doing and tell me, see here you are wrong. This is what if you do, this will happen to you. Now you are making a real utilization of this. That is where people started off, let's have that part. While doing that, some of the people today morning when we were interacting, they said that don't you think you are going to eat away some jobs, people are going to go off the track? Okay, you might have that fear, many of you. Might be somebody with middle or senior level of profession that what will happen to me 3 years down the line with the speed with which AI and things are going? Nothing will happen. You will be still as important as you were earlier. Machines are garbage in, garbage out. What it is, if you would have seen ever the ad of an Intel computers, what they give an Intel chip, it says Intel inside. And you know what's the next line? An idiot outside. It is up to us, how are we going to do it? Your scope, your way of working would change. My father is a chartered accountant. I learned under him. I did an articleship under him. I could not even get my first stipend also, but fine, he didn't pay me. But again, the experience that he carried in his manual systems, he did his CAs in 1962 with 4-digit membership number. Proudly he puts in a frame. I don't put my certificate. It's a 6-digit. And somebody will ask you, did you qualify in first attempt? I would say no. What he experienced from 1962 till 2019 he practiced. Even when I sit with him, he speaks a huge volume of that knowledge. It is only that what he was doing manually, trial balance, ledgers, cash book, now I am doing through the technology. But still those things matter, and that will always matter. It's not going to take away your jobs or things, it's just going to give you a diversion. Yes, there are better things to do. Now for an example, like if I am at a project site or something, I automate, I create out some data warehouse, automatically in the morning, 8 o'clock, you get all your dashboard reports ready. Somebody will say, you know, I have 10 people who come in the morning 8, they open the Excel, they do VLOOKUP, they do pivoting, they do everything, and then they spend half a day. By afternoon, evening, they give me these reports. Now, if you give me at 8 o'clock, what I do with those 10? Better return of investment. Upgrade their returns. Give them the better opportunity. Okay, now you have this ready. Start doing something which you do on the second day is an action taking. Now do the action taking in the morning. Your return to it improves. So these automation, these kind of things are not going to be any major hindrance as we read and listen in the media. But I personally don't believe. I just believe it's going to expand you and make you more literate. It's up to you how you want to take it up. If you want to have a fear factor to lie back, obviously you could become an obsolete. But if you take an advantage of it, it would go further. While doing this process, there are few important things that I personally feel with my experience that you need to be very careful. Number one, I meet a lot of guys who says, you know, I have 5 systems, I have 10 systems, I have cloud today, I have remote access, I have multiple spread out places, I operate in Dubai, Oman, Saudi, Kuwait, everywhere. It is not there where you are doing. Digitalization is a reverse process in technology. Reverse process means first try to write down and know what you want to pull out of your systems. And from your what you want, move backward to get this thing, where is my data lying? It is never recommendable that you go in the production or live data, connect it, pull the data and perform your things. It is always recommended that you should have some middleman in between, which is called a data warehouse system, which basically does a job of pulling the data from multiple sources for you, collecting it at one place. Like out of the whole lake of water, you take your required bucket of water for a bath, take that bucket out and do your objective. You save time, you save resources, you do not incur a massive cost, and your results are much faster and efficient. That is what I say is your process mining. I am going from my process, understanding and then moving into it to my back-end data, collating in a structured manner and working. Number 2, I always say very cautiously, please do not be driven by technology solutions available in the market. Trust me, to the best of your efforts, you may do all the Googlings, you may do every research, still you will be far away for what total solutions are available. There are so many things in the world today. The best of the, I would say, even the next gen people who are very tech savvy and things, they would miss out many things. Don't ever be driven, this is available, so with this availability, I define my need. No, it should be the other way around. Define your need and then find which one fulfills your need. There would be something available today. It is impossible to say that, sorry, I had an X need and there was nothing available, so I compromised and I did X minus Y. It is entirely driven by your own imagination, what you want. Solutions are available. Maybe not with A, but with B or somebody. But don't compromise on that. That's what I can say out of my 32 years struggling with this digital world so-called over there. Once you have done this all kind of a thing, somebody asked me what is the best practice that I should kick off my journey. Well, you could have something like straight away you could land up on the Mars or Venus, or you want to go on a moon. Yes, you can do that. The best approach is start small steps. I always say, like walking a technology is like, try to remember when you took a first step in your life, when you got out of the bed and you might have crawled or slowly you stood up on your legs and start walking. You were never running at a first day. You never ran on that day. It took a time. So what is your first basic thing? What my guru taught me in 1980s, he said me that the first basic thing is, what are you doing every day? Might be with your computer, but there is a manual intervention. Could be small or big. Might be opening an Excel. I'm not criticizing Excel. It's a wonderful technology. It could be anything which you are doing manually every day, opening a file, doing some macros or something. Try removing that first basic step and make the system do it before you click to do it. Trust me, it will give you a lot of learning curve. It will teach you what are the various limitations, what are the complications, what are the difficulties in your process while automating them. And once you do that basic little steps, or I would say a child step or a kid step, you stabilize yourself and you are continuously getting a stable and a correct result. Then you are at a position, you move to the next level. Now I can talk about doing something above as creating an artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence, a beautiful, it's an, I would say, a terminology used for market gimmick. I use the word consciously, market gimmick. I'm not criticizing, I won't take any name about what people say artificial intelligence, but what does the basic definition of artificial intelligence mean? Artificial intelligence means something which is not human, but has a thinking capability. It can give you an inference that you as a human being will do. You get your accounts payable statement with you. You get aging of open purchase orders, or you get outstanding overdues to the vendors. When you get that Excel sheet, what your mind starts applying to? Okay, I have got 100, 200 vendors whom I have to pay. I have a limited fund because my cash flow is in a disturbance. You will surely, what as an intelligent person, will look for the most vital vendor out of those 100, without whom you cannot continue your business, and with the limited funds you would love to pay to that vendor so that he keeps working for you, and you will automatically put other vendors on hold with whom you do not have immediate or a major business impact because your funds are limited. If that process of your judgment and everything which comes from your historical working with a company, if a computer does that job and comes out and say, okay, you have 1 million BD with you, but your payables are something like 2.5 million BD, please focus on these 5-10 vendors, pay them immediately, because in next 7 days, you have these major materials to be purchased for your production, and if you don't pay them, your production is going to go down, which will impact your sales, and you have these sales order which you have to deliver in next 20 days. If a system does all this calculation and happily tells you your 1 million BD goes to these vendors and you are still running a show comfortably, this is AI. It is not an AI that I tell a computer, okay, please prepare a presentation, I have a conference on this topic and show me the PPT. And it says, here is a beautiful PPT. But if a computer tells me, Mr. Seth, you are asking me on this topic, you are going to speak on this international conference, but do you know your profile is not suitable for it? Better you don't speak, people will be laughing, and you will spoil their lunch. It's a different issue. I was born at a lunchtime, and I'm holding you on a lunchtime. So, if it does that job and tells you, no, this is not right, that is an AI. If you say something and a computer responds to you, it is more like a machine talking, dictating and saying, you just do it, I'm telling you, and it does for you. Instead of typing a keyboard, I'm doing a voice recognition, and it does. So while you understand and you say, I want to do continuous AI, please focus what you mean by AI and what is really an AI for you. I just keep in mind other factors coming. Let me just straight away take you from the most boring thing of PPT to something live. When we talk about these kind of business analytics, it is like a 2 tracks, which has a sleeper. You know, well, I don't know much about it, but I keep hearing from my well-married friends who says, like, you know, after a time, a husband-wife is like a 2 track and the children are like a sleeper, but these tracks do not intersect with each other. But we can't leave also. We are just tied out. Similarly, analytics has 2 tracks. A backend in a simple language, which does nothing but connecting to your multiple source data, doing the cleansing of the data, preparation of the data, algorithms, calculations, all those massive jobs with few million records. That what we call technically, or you might have people coming and saying, is called ETL. Extract. Extract means bring it from the source, transport into the application that I'm using, and after you transport, load it into that application so that I can start doing my thing. That is what your back-end engine, or I would say in another simple language, you have a beautiful car. Under the hood, you have an engine, which is like an ETL of a data analytics or digitalization, which does that job. Once it does and completes that job, the output that comes to you, which you use on a Power BI, Tableau, iDashboards, any of those digitalizations, you see a beautiful graphical presentations. That is what we technically, in simple language, say presentation layer, or you say visualization. So instead of looking into Excel sheets and rows and column, everything, I am now able to see it in a graphical, interesting manner. So these are the two most vital things. So I hope most of you must be using in nowadays the most common Power BIs, or you must be using Tableaus, and you are happy that you click on those login ID password and you see your graphs. But before that graph comes in, the back-end engine that's the starting of your car is the ETL that works. Now when we talk about ETL, you would have talked to your IT and say, okay, I need this data, I want to look to these kind of calculations, I want to look to my loans, deposits, I want to see the provisioning, credit cards, insurance claims, anything. They would write all those complex queries. What phobia you carry? I'm a chartered accountant, I'm an MBA. I'm not a code writer. Gone are the days where you would write it by your codes. Today you have something called, technically they say, workflow system. Be clear, I'm not marketing anything or I'm not selling you anything. I'm just telling you on the technology side. We have something called a workflow system. That what does a workflow does? It says if you know your objective, what you want to achieve, you know your data that you want to bring, you don't need to write the codes, just pick up the icons, drag your icon, enter your input, rest I will do it for you. So that's where it becomes much easier. The benefit, you are independent. All that you need is any technology in the world you can pick up nowadays. There are tons of technologies with these kind, what you're seeing on the screen right away. Pick up a technology of your choice. A simple English desktop version, install it on your laptop. Ask an IT, I need an access to the data. Get the data and then start using it. I used to fear because I came from the finance family, and like any other, our senior parents used to think a doctor's son should become a doctor. My father thought, I'm a CA, my son should become a CA. But he never knew that there are few children who are born with manufacturing defect may not become a good CA. So, but I was suitable for the profession. Being born at a lunchtime, they say CAs are all eaters. So, in India, they used to say auditor, all eaters. I used to hear that during my internships. A lot of my clients would say they're finance people when we used to find out the big list of problems. So they would say like, oh, he's an auditor and all eaters. Serve him with Coca-Cola, thumbs up and all those things. So those were the things. So, but if your IT gives you the data, and this happens quite frequent in the IT, that you get system like this, so then you have to do a jugaad. A unique IPR of India, which nowhere is available in the world. And the jugaad might help you. No. Not an issue. The only thing I have learned in my life is when the computer does not behave properly, is just shut it down. Because computer is one tool which you can shut down, but not the another thing in your life. Else you will not be shut down, you will be switched off. So somebody said like, being a single, you have a close experience. My friends are not single, they're married. I see them. So when you get the data, You might have a fear, or you might think about like, yes, I am not able to, or I might land up doing wrong. Please trust me, unless and until you hammer your laptop or a computer, nothing goes wrong to it. If anything goes wrong, do what I'm doing is restart it. Get the data, you have a workflow, you know what you want to achieve, and thereafter what you need to do is start basic experimenting. Go back to my first rule. What is your day-to-day routine? Try to use that icon movement and it would help you to do the things better. And you could make those workflow systems. While you are making those workflows, always use one very important feature of any technology, that is called a help file. We don't have a habit of reading an help file. Whether we use Excel, we use any of those simpler ones. We do not use out help file much of it, but trust me, the technologies today we have, even if you get a new mobile phone or something, your help file does a better job for you. I think that this computer does not want to support me. It took it seriously when I said whether I'm eligible for the speech or not. Can I request my team, Sujnesh is there, can he just transfer the laptop? Can you get me your machine quickly? At least laptop is something which you can replace if it doesn't work. Huh? No, I don't have on USB, neither I trust cloud. I always believe in on-premises, but see whatever is a thing. We have a plan B, no worries, I can continue. So if you have those kind of workflow systems, only thing that you need to get a habit of it. At times people believe that I am not an IT, will I be able to right click and do the things correctly or not? No, that will not be a challenge for you. Remember the days when you had a Nokia phone, 1110, 1500, and you moved to a smartphone. How much time did it take for you to move over there? If you change your phone today even to your iPhone 15 or 13 to your Pro 16s, you just need a couple of hours or might be a day to get accustomed to it. Similarly, if you are using those tools, only thing that you need to know is, yes, can I click some of those things, draw a simple flow chart which you saw previously before my system went down, and you could make your flow about it. Once you are able to do, you are able to get the result. Thereafter, you have some interesting dashboard. And that is what I wanted to show. Nowadays, technologies do not even require you to touch a keyboard. You can speak and it will work for you. That is the interesting beauty of the tools. I could even like say to my computer, I would like to see what are my sales, what are my things, and thereafter it shows me my numbers. I need not have even a system in front of me. I could be on a mobile phone, I could be on a tab. And I can keep a tab in with me and I can do. What I need before I do that, I just need one thing, that my system should be connected to my backend data. And if it is connected to your backend data, and it's a real-time connection, which is not a major issue. Today you will be surprised, there are simple systems, very light system, they can go up to processing of 5 million records per second. Can you imagine that speed? 5 million records per second. It is not even like your banking, telecom traffic is nowhere near to it. So if I have those kind of things and I can speak about it and I can get a response even on my mobile, it is a matter how well you get accustomed to it. So I can do that part. Let me show you a small demo to it. Yeah, Sujnesh, can we have faster? Sorry for just a 2 minutes pause now. I don't know what happened to this, but okay, where is the HDMI? Where is internet? Yeah, thank you. Yes. So I could have my simple graphical dashboards. Today the graphical dashboards comes with a lot of AI things. Let me just quickly give you a flavor. As I can speak and I can do that. So one of the common things, suppose I get my dashboards and I love to speak something over here. And I say like, what are the top 5 travel destinations?
As per TripAdvisor, Dubai is ranked number 1. Bali is ranked number 2. London is ranked number 3. Hanoi is ranked number 4. Rome is ranked number 5.
Only thing is, I'm running this dashboard, but my backend data is connected. So you would say like, okay, I could even have a journal Google kind of a thing, and instead of doing google.com and typing and scrolling, let the computer speak, I can listen it better. We men normally have a listening capacity better. If I have another one, let's go to some business ones. What appointments do I have today?
You have an appointment at 12 p.m. with Raja Papamidas. The address is 1 Dovetail Terrace, Grand Rapids, Michigan, 49560. You have an appointment at 10:30 p.m. with Donell Mingha. The address is 96 Ohio Road, Saginaw, Michigan, 48609.
What is the current overall production output?
The current overall production output is 607,751 units.
I can go endlessly, and thereafter, the system can keep telling. The only thing at the end, at the back of it, this happening is, it is integrated with my data. My data could be my Outlook, my business, it could be my Google, and it can even be a chat GPT. What you do on a chat GPT, I can transform the chat GPT into a dashboard. What you are seeing over here is a computer, a dashboard speaking, but it can be converted into a visual dashboard. So like what you speak if you speak on this platform and you connect to your chat GPT application, it will make out your output of a chat GPT as a dashboard to you. This is like kind of a solution that can be done. So like for an example, even if I've got tons of my departments, most of the companies have 10 to 15 different departments, and if you're a group CFO, CEO, and you want to look to anything, again I can use out and I can say, fine, okay boss, open the project management dashboard. Open the project management dashboard. Sorry, there's some noise difference into it. But nevertheless, if I wish to, I can straight away get down to from here as a click of it also. Once you get onto these dashboards, yes, when I see organizer around me, I always look to my clock. When you get it out, you can also continue over it, like you could have the dashboards where you could even have a hovering kind of a thing. You keep moving your mouse and you see at the bottom left, the project status keeps changing. I have come to my delayed, and my bottom left kind of a graph is changing with my movement. What are my finished projects? So it says these are your finished. I get to the delayed, and if I get to delayed, it tells me like who are there. And again, if I keep moving my mouse, it keeps changing my numbers, and I can move into any of the projects. I can see to those people. It is possible. If you want to write out a comment, you have a comment option over here. I want to pass out a comment, and I want in my company somebody to look into my comments I've given on certain project movement or things. I can type it out, my comments here, designate to my user in the company, and he or she can reply to it. So you can even have like those chat kind of things. Why I'm trying to show you, because I have felt out like certain people think like, I need this, is it available? So I'm just trying to tell you things are beyond your thinking available today. So if I really go back, I say, fine boss, let me show you another interesting thing. If I move into my most favorite is the banking I love, because money is always in banking. So if I get out here, I can see there I have an eye over here with me. I means I can create my informations on the dashboards. So like you are writing your websites, I can do that part of it. And I can write, okay, you are on this, my banking dashboard, loans or deposits or something, this is a write-up about it. At times I've seen like people says, I have certain input I want to enter and I want the data should store my input. And whenever I want, I can retrieve or I can collect. You might have something like internally HR department issues some kind of surveys and things and they ask the employees to feed in the data. While they are feeding the data, you want to see how they are moving, what is a response coming, how is a dashboard going. If I would love to do that part, yes, I can even do something like creating those forms. So I can create a form over here and I can ask my guys, you can please type in your feedbacks or your inputs over here, it can be saved for you. And that can become your input data also to it. Above all, the most important thing, I don't know how you will be appreciating, like you could even have an Arabic dashboard. So this is one of the case study with the UAE government. We have done it out in 2021-22. That was the Ajman government in UAE, where what we did was, using this dashboard technology, we collated all the data from all the ministries, from multiple sources, created out a warehouse, and we said you can see your entire government on a single screen. So whether you talk about education, transport, medical, anything that you can think of. And what we did was totally different is we created an icon over here called Arabic icon. That means if I click on the Arabic icon, it will transform my dashboard into Arabic. And this was the most conscious thing that we had to do on the quality of Arabic language. So most of the people here in Gulf, they like to see the things in Arabic. Yes, you could get in Arabic also. The moment you click on it, the entire portal, entire things gets into that language. You want to get out of your Arabic or want to go back to your English, you have your English icon over here, you can restore and you can get back to your English also. So that's a way I can even not only be on a single language, I could be on a multilingual languages also. And that's what things happen to it. So gentlemen, sorry for the minor hitch in between technical things which are beyond any human controls. This is what I wanted to show in the real practical life, that yes, technology tools are there, it does happen. Only thing is, in the summary I would say is, the rule of the game is changing. And trust me, it is changing faster than you people thinking in this hall. Working at certain sensitive and at a different horizon, at different locations, I could see that change the way it is going. You will be surprised like today we are in 2024. Way back in 2010, there was a technologies, without naming the agency or the country, where certain people can monitor your movement, can locate your things in 2010 to 2008 to 2010, sitting remotely in different locations which you don't even know. There were ways, people were not only looking for business, even for handling the society's security, a crime rate. I give you one case study of 2006, where, I was asked to make out an algorithm which could predict when and where there is a possibility of next gold chain snatching. A small petty thing. A very senior officer said, forget about the big crimes, can you just predict the next one? The algorithm was capture all the data of your recorded chain snatchers, link it with the jail records, link it with the court records, how many on bail, how many on payroll, how many inside, how many outside, where they are, link it to the telecom. And you might think that such a variation of different databases, how it's happening. Yes, it would not take more than exactly 12 seconds to tell you which is your next red spot in the city. And what they started doing was, they started reorganizing the movement of the petrol vehicle. And in 7 months' time, they reported 38% decline in the chain snatching reported cases. If I take you back 20 years back, one of the very prime corporate in the country, a group internal audit head, a chartered accountant in 2004, 2003. He said, Nishit, I have a team of 38 people. I operate in Europe, Africa, Southeast Asia, India. I spent average 3 weeks to 4 weeks on every location internal audit that my team does. One is my resource time, overhead cost, travels, everything. And after that I get my report. Can I know before my team go, where and what should I audit? What should I check? He was talking in 2003-04. And then what we did was, we took up the data which was almost like 5 years old. What was your audit observations? What was the trend in which quarter? Quarter 3, you should go to Africa for inventory. There you had a higher qualifications on these parameters. Based on that, what you today in 2024 people or next generation called machine learning, deep learning, we were doing the same thing in 2003. And the system will tell, instead of making your 38 people go out on a, they used to call corporate retreat for 3-4 days, brainstorm and plan an audit plan for next 1 year, in less than 3 minutes, you could have a computer-generated audit plan for your whole year, which will tell you for which quarter, which country, which function, which subsidiary you should be checking. And the possibilities what for getting the exceptions there. So these things were there, they were evolving and moving. And yes, today, like what we see is far more matured, and I think this maturity keeps on going ahead. Thanks a lot for your patient hearing and sitting in the hall, and for this wonderful opportunity, I thank the CA Vivek Gupta, Chairperson of Bahrain chapter of ICAI. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and it was a pleasure speaking here.
Thank you, CA Nishit, for such an engaging session. I think your topic perfectly aligns with the theme of automation and governance. I'm sure all these dashboards are definitely useful all to our CEOs and CFOs out here. I now request our Chairperson, CA Vivek Gupta, to come on to the stage, along with our past Chairperson, CA Meenakshi Sundaram, to felicitate our speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for lunch. Please feel free to enjoy the delicious spread prepared for you. We kindly ask everyone to be back in the hall by 2:10 p.m. as we'll be resuming the program promptly. And please don't forget, right after the lunch break, we'll have raffle session, and all attendees present in the hall will only be eligible for the raffle. So make sure you're here when we begin. Enjoy your lunch and networking. Remember, your smile is contagious. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you.
business runs on documents regardless of what department or industry you are in. Managing your information is a challenge. From financial statement and employee records to files containing legal documents or even construction plans that are paper or digital information, you need keeping business running smoothly. Your employee could waste hours in a day searching for the information they need to do their job. Our archiving services, transforming paper files into digital format stored in secured server. We capture, organize, and index all of your documents. With our mobile solution, find your exact document you are looking for and do full keyboard search to find what you need in a matter of seconds. Anytime, anywhere, from any device. Your information is secured in the server with advanced encryption and data access control. We eliminate the risk of loss, damage, or compromised documents.
Welcome to SECO, your trusted partner in financial services across the region. With a commitment to excellence and innovation, we are a leading force in the financial landscape since 1995. Headquartered in Bahrain, we have strategically expanded our footprint to Saudi Arabia and the UAE. On behalf of our trusted clients, we actively manage more than $6 billion in assets under management, offering stability, diversity, growth, and global investment access for our clients. From asset management and investment banking to market making, wealth management, securities services, and brokerage, we offer an unparalleled spectrum of financial services tailored to meet your diverse needs. Our seasoned research team is a key asset, providing unmatched insights into over 90% of the region's prominent public companies. Since our inception, our asset management has consistently outperformed the market. Our brokerage has executed the largest trades, and our investment banking has led landmark IPOs and M&A transactions, building a strong base of retail and institutional clients. Our award-winning is a testament to our ability to navigate the complexities of the financial landscape. We continue to invest in cutting-edge technology to enhance our services and provide you with a seamless customer experience. Our team is always equipped to provide unparalleled financial expertise. With your financial success, we are committed to ethical practices. We integrate environmental, social, and governance considerations into our investment decision process, aligning our values with sustainable development, climate action, and inclusivity.
His only friend, closest to his heart. Then he found a new one. Then few more. They were difficult to manage and were too demanding. Made his life miserable. Rejected invoices, stockouts, incorrect reporting. So he dumped them. He should use me again for his accounting, inventory, report.
Use your head. Choose Tally Prime instead. A simple and efficient way to stay compliant, automate accounting, create professional invoices, manage inventory smartly, and get data-led insights all in one software. Tally Prime. Complete business management software in English and Arabic. It's perfectly simple.
At V-Shore Investment Affairs, we're more than just investors. We're strategic partners for turnaround and innovation. As a venture studio, our approach combines capital with unmatched mentorship, advisory services, and a global network of co-investors. At V-Shore we have startup funding and mentorship,
Virtual CFO CXO services,
investment banking,
mergers and acquisitions, real estate development and advisory,
property management services, technology consulting, artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, blockchain, cloud,
ERP, CRM, staff augmentation. V-Shore brings you expertise and resources to empower businesses shaping the future. V-Shore Investment Affairs, we assure growth.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life that I'm feeling
where you're always welcomed, where adventure awaits, and new places are discovered, where we get together again, where dreams are within reach, where the journey is always on. Air Arabia, where next?
business runs on documents regardless of what department or industry you are in. Managing your information is a challenge. From financial statement and employee records to files containing legal documents, or even construction plans that are paper or digital information you need keeping business running smoothly. Your employee could waste hours in a day searching for the information they need to do their job. Our archiving services, transforming paper files into digital format stored in secured server. We capture, organize, and index all of your documents. With our mobile solution, find your exact document you are looking for and do full keyboard search to find what you need in a matter of seconds. Anytime, anywhere, from any device. Your information is secured in the server with advanced encryption and data access control. We eliminate the risk of loss, damage, or compromised documents.
Welcome to SECO, your trusted partner in financial services across the region. With a commitment to excellence and innovation, we are a leading force in the financial landscape since 1995. Headquartered in Bahrain, we have strategically expanded our footprint to Saudi Arabia and the UAE. On behalf of our trusted clients, we actively manage more than $6 billion in assets under management, offering stability, diversity, growth, and global investment access for our clients. From asset management and investment banking to market making, wealth management, securities services, and brokerage, we offer an unparalleled spectrum of financial services tailored to meet your diverse needs. Our seasoned research team is a key asset, providing unmatched insights into over 90% of the region's prominent public companies. Since our inception, our asset management has consistently outperformed the market. Our brokerage has executed the largest trades, and our investment banking has led landmark IPOs and M&A transactions, building a strong base of retail and institutional clients. Our award-winning is a testament to our ability to navigate the complexities of the financial landscape. We continue to invest in cutting-edge technology to enhance our services and provide you with a seamless customer experience. Our team is always equipped to provide unparalleled financial expertise. With your financial success, we are committed to ethical practices. We integrate environmental, social, and governance considerations into our investment decision process, aligning our values with sustainable development, climate action, and inclusivity.
His only friend, closest to his heart. Then he found a new one. Then few more. They were difficult to manage and were too demanding. Made his life miserable. Rejected invoices, stockouts, incorrect reporting. So he dumped them. He should use me again for his accounting, inventory, report.
Use your head. Choose Tally Prime instead. A simple and efficient way to stay compliant, automate accounting, create professional invoices, manage inventory smartly, and get data-led insights all in one software. Tally Prime, complete business management software in English and Arabic. It's perfectly simple.
At V-Shore Investment Affairs, we're more than just investors. We're strategic partners for turnaround and innovation. As a venture studio, our approach combines capital with unmatched mentorship, advisory services, and a global network of co-investors. At vSure we have startup funding and mentorship,
virtual CFO CXO services,
investment banking,
mergers and acquisitions, real estate development and advisory,
property management services, technology consulting, artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, blockchain,
cloud, ERP, CRM, staff augmentation. vSure brings you expertise and resources to empower businesses shaping the future. vSure Investment Affairs, we assure growth.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life that I'm feeling good.
Where you're always welcomed, where adventure awaits, and new places are discovered, where we get together again, where dreams are within reach, where the journey is always on. Air Arabia, where next?
business runs on documents regardless of what department or industry you are in. Managing your information is a challenge. From financial statement and employee records to files containing legal documents or even construction plans that are paper or digital information you need keeping business running smoothly. Your employee could waste hours in a day searching for the information they need to do their job. Our archiving services, transforming paper files into digital format stored in secured server. We capture, organize, and index all of your documents. With our mobile solution, find your exact document you are looking for and do full keyboard search to find what you need in a matter of seconds. Anytime, anywhere, from any device. Your information is secured in the server with advanced encryption and data access control. We eliminate the risk of loss, damage, or compromised documents.
Welcome to SECO, your trusted partner in financial services across the region. With a commitment to excellence and innovation, we are a leading force in the financial landscape since 1995. Headquartered in Bahrain, we have strategically expanded our footprint to Saudi Arabia and the UAE. On behalf of our trusted clients, we actively manage more than $6 billion in assets under management, offering stability, diversity, growth, and global investment access for our clients. From asset management and investment banking to market making, wealth management, securities services, and brokerage, we offer an unparalleled spectrum of financial services tailored to meet your diverse needs. Our seasoned research team is a key asset, providing unmatched insights into over 90% of the region's prominent public companies. Since our inception, our asset management has consistently outperformed the market. Our brokerage has executed the largest trades, and our investment banking has led landmark IPOs and M&A transactions, building a strong base of retail and institutional clients. Our award-winning is a testament to our ability to navigate the complexities of the financial landscape. We continue to invest in cutting-edge technology to enhance our services and provide you with a seamless customer experience. Our team is always equipped to provide unparalleled financial expertise. With your financial success, we are committed to ethical practices. We integrate environmental, social, and governance considerations into our investment decision process. aligning our values with sustainable development, climate action, and inclusivity.
I was his only friend, closest to his heart. Then he found a new one. Then few more. They were difficult to manage and were too demanding. Made his life miserable. Rejected invoices, stockouts, incorrect reporting. So he dumped them. He should use me again for his accounting, inventory,
Use your head. Choose Tally Prime instead. A simple and efficient way to stay compliant, automate accounting, create professional invoices, manage inventory smartly, and get data-led insights all in one software. Tally Prime. Complete business management software in English and Arabic. It's perfectly simple.
At V-Shore Investment Affairs, we're more than just investors. We're strategic partners for turnaround and innovation. As a venture studio, our approach combines capital with unmatched mentorship, advisory services, and a global network of co-investors. At V-Shore we have startup funding and mentorship,
virtual CFO CXO services,
investment banking,
mergers and acquisitions, real estate development and advisory,
property management services, technology consulting, artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, blockchain,
cloud, ERP, CRM, staff augmentation. V-Shore brings you expertise and resources to empower businesses shaping the future. V-Shore Investment Affairs, we assure growth.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life, and I'm feeling good. And I'm feeling good.
where you're always welcomed, where adventure awaits, and new places are discovered, where we get together again, where dreams are within reach, where the journey is always on.
Your business runs on documents regardless of what department or industry you are in. Managing your information is a challenge. From financial statement and employee records to files containing legal documents or even construction plans that are paper or digital information you need keeping business running smoothly. Your employee could waste hours in a day searching for the information they need to do their job. Our archiving services, transforming paper files into digital format stored in secured server. We capture, organize, and index all of your documents. With our mobile solution, find your exact document you are looking for and do full keyboard search to find what you need in a matter of seconds. Anytime, anywhere, from any device. Your information is secured in the server with advanced encryption and data access control. We eliminate the risk of loss, damage, or compromised documents.
It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new...
At Protivity, we ensure your business is future ready. As we collaborate to solve problems with innovation at its heart, your trusted advisors for business and technology consulting. internal audit, data, and digital transformation. We are global and truly independent, delivering confidence in a dynamic world. That's Protiviti.
Welcome to SECO, your trusted partner in financial services across the region. With a commitment to excellence and innovation, we are a leading force in the financial landscape since 1995. Headquartered in Bahrain, we have strategically expanded our footprint to Saudi Arabia and the UAE. On behalf of our trusted clients, we actively manage more than $6 billion in assets under management, offering stability, diversity, growth, and global investment access for our clients. From asset management and investment banking to market making, wealth management, securities services, and brokerage, we offer an unparalleled spectrum of financial services tailored to meet your diverse needs. Our seasoned research team is a key asset, providing unmatched insights into over 90% of the region's prominent public companies. Since our inception, our asset management has consistently outperformed the market. Our brokerage has executed the largest trades, and our investment banking has led landmark IPOs and M&A transactions, building a strong base of retail and institutional clients. Our award-winning is a testament to our ability to navigate the complexities of the financial landscape. We continue to invest in cutting-edge technology to enhance our services and provide you with a seamless customer experience. Our team is always equipped to provide unparalleled financial expertise. With your financial success, we are committed to ethical practices. We integrate environmental, social, and governance considerations into our investment decision process, aligning our values with sustainable development, climate action, and inclusivity. Welcome.
At V-Shore Investment Affairs, we're more than just investors. We're strategic partners for turnaround and innovation. As a venture studio, our approach combines capital with unmatched mentorship, advisory services, and a global network of co-investors. At V-Shore we have startup funding and mentorship,
virtual CFO CXO services,
investment banking,
mergers and acquisitions, real estate development and advisory,
property management services, technology consulting, artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, blockchain,
cloud, ERP, CRM, staff augmentation. We-Shore brings you expertise and resources to empower businesses shaping the future. We-Shore Investment Affairs, we assure growth.
Here's your story, let's begin. The world is fine, come on, dive in. The future's here, it's right before your eyes. Step by step, you're on your way. Welcome to a brighter day. Don't you know it feels good to be alive? You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You could fly higher than the sky, shine brighter than the stars. You could have all you ever wanted, shoot the moon and reach for Mars. You know you could. Yeah, the times are changing everywhere. Do we dream and do we dare? It's up to you.
Hello, travelers. What are we searching for? Pushing your limits? Sure, we can book that. Something more comfortable? Roll into lounges everywhere. Finding hidden gems. Okay, lead the way. New experiences, better experiences. Let's go for room upgrades, complimentary breakfast, and 4 p.m. checkouts. That's the powerful backing of American Express. Hello, travelers. What are we searching for? Pushing your limits? Sure, we can book that. Something more comfortable? Roll into lounges everywhere. Finding hidden gems? Okay, lead the way. New experiences, better experiences. Let's go for room upgrades, complimentary breakfast, and 4 p.m. checkouts. That's the powerful backing of American Express.
At ARC Advisory, we understand the complexities of today's business landscape. From startups to established firms, we provide At ARC Advisory, we understand the complexities of today's business landscape. From startups to established firms, we provide the expertise and solutions to drive smarter decisions. Our services include business and risk advisory, startups advisory, virtual CFO services, due diligence, financial feasibility, ESG solutions, policy and procedures, internal audits, business restructuring and resource support. At ARC, your success is our mission. Please feel free to contact us.
We believe that ESG, environmental, social, and governance imperatives
can accelerate the massive and fast transformation of our region.
Through the strategic role the region plays in the energy transition, pioneering hydrogen and circular economies, developing sustainable destinations,
localizing supply chains, generating employment,
expanding social inclusion, and also good governance.
ESG can both drive the transformation and create opportunities to develop world-leading competitive advantage.
It means developing strategies that will drive the energy transition
and decarbonization of our economies.
And giga projects that can create sustainable value and attract foreign direct investment.
It means focusing on the necessity to localize supply chains beyond resilience.
Ladies and gentlemen,
shaping a workforce fit for the future.
Designing
we are going to resume our Raffle party in next
for pioneering climate
3 minutes.
Right here in our Experience Center lab.
Can I request all of you to take your seats, please?
Adam, one nice photo, man, without this. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am your Raffle Master, Vicky Walker, and I take this opportunity to welcome all of you after this lunch break. Can I request all of you to take your seats, please? All right. I hope all of you have had excellent lunch, the scrumptious one and the sumptuous one. Are you all full? Are you all full? Absolutely. And now, after being full, I think you are going to get that call, which all of us would love to answer, but not all of us are lucky that we could answer that call. Do you know what call is that? A call to take a quick nap. Well, a quick nap is as precious as these raffles, but not that every time we get the chance to take the nap. So now that we can't take a nap, we have to settle for these raffles. I'm going to wait for another 2 minutes for everybody to settle down. In the meanwhile, I have few announcements to make with respect to raffles. I'm sure most of you must have noticed that we have stalls from our sponsors right outside. And on each stall, you will find a QR code. Now, if you go to the QR code and if you scan it, it will redirect you to a Google form. And if you fill that form, you become eligible for all the raffles that we are going to announce tomorrow. So, whenever time permits, please do visit all these stalls and do scan the QR code and fill in your details. I'm happy to announce that we have raffles worth approximately 4,000 BD that we are going to distribute today and tomorrow. Let's give a big round of applause to all our sponsors. How was the food? Was it good? The food was so good, and I'm so full that if I see these buttons of my shirt, they have started to declare independence. I'm so full. The food was so good. And now, let us start with the raffle party. We have total 4 raffles to give away, and the first 3 raffles are mega raffles. The first raffle that we have is a BIC F1 ticket, which is sponsored by ICAI. And to present this raffle, I don't see Vivek around. Can I request our chairperson, CA Vineet, come on the stage, please? Are we ready to rumble? I mean, are we ready to win? Can we have the winner, please? CA Deepa Shetty. Is she around? CA Deepa Shetty. Oh, she's there. Congratulations, CA Deepa. You have won a ticket to BICF1. All right, the next prize is a 100 BD voucher from Almoid. YK Almoid, I'm sorry. Can we have the winner, please? CA Bhuvana. Congratulations, CA Bhuvana. You've just won a 100 BD voucher. Thank you. Can we have the next winner? And the next voucher is also a 100 BD voucher from YK Almoid. CA Akhil Jain. Akhil, are you there in the conference room? Akhil 1, Akhil 2, Akhil 3. Let's have the next winner. Oh, he is there, he is there. Okay, okay. I have to give him because I call myself generous. Akhil, I get 50, okay? Thank you. Congratulations, Akhil. Vineet, I am going to request you to stay on the stage. And for the next raffle, I am going to invite Mr. Guru from Zoho. Let me tell you, this raffle is a big hamper, and I did manage to peep into that bag, and there are so many things into it. And it's going to be a surprise. And let's see who is going to be the lucky winner. C.S. Thanamurthy. Congratulations, C.S. Thanamurthy. Thank you, Mr. Guru. Thank you, Vineet. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it from my side for now. Until we meet again next time. Now I take this opportunity to invite my friend C.A. Chintan Seth to take forward the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our generous Raffle Master, CA Vicky, for your warm introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I trust you all enjoyed your lunch and the exciting raffle. It is truly wonderful to see everyone back, and I hope you are feeling recharged and ready for next exciting session. As we gather here today, it's important to recognize that everyone in this room works for an organization. Each of us is thinking about the future of work in Bahrain, wondering what it holds for us. We are fortunate to have with us today a true expert in this field, someone who has mastered the complexity of this rapidly evolving area, Ms. Amal Khueji. Moreover, to guide us through this discussion, we also have a young and dynamic moderator, CA Abhishek Gupta. Without any further delay, I would like to request our stage management team to play the avatar introduction for our distinguished speaker and our moderator.
Amal Khueji, as a founder of a boutique consultancy on Bahrain focusing on people, she is a firm believer in balancing technological innovation with a human-centered approach and advocates for leadership strategies that ensure sustainable growth while empowering individuals. She has over 30 years of experience driving human capital and organizational transformation, making her an expert in preparing workforces for the future. As the former CEO of Tamkeen, Amal empowered over 110,000 individuals and 45,000 companies in Bahrain through cutting-edge training and development initiatives with a strong focus on integrating technology and future-ready skills. Amal's extensive work with national and international organizations, including the Bahrain Institute of Banking and Finance, Ernst & Young, and many others, has equipped her with a comprehensive understanding of the evolving workforce and leadership landscape. We are delighted to welcome Amal Khueji to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Ladies and gentlemen, please invite on stage Ms. Amal Khueji and Abhishek Gupta.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I hope you all had a scrumptious lunch today. And I'm very excited to sit alongside a wonderful leader in human capital development. So this morning when I was coming to the event, I Googled human capital development in Bahrain and how the market currently going on. I saw one beautifully written article about the workforce in Bahrain. I read the whole article and I was very happy that I'm very prepared, and to get too many insights about the Bahrain market. So after completing the article, I realized this article was written by none other than Amal Khueji as well. So she is in Bahrain everywhere, and she's the visionary leader in human capital development and leadership building in the companies. So it's my pleasure to welcome Amal to today's event and fireside chat.
The pleasure is mine. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here, and thank you for the invitation. One thing I'm really worried about is that you've all just had lunch. So we have a challenge, Abhishek and I, right now. So I hope that we can engage you. I hope they have time for question and answer at the end, if you allow them. Because I would like to really answer any question on your minds about being a representative of Bahrain here today, I guess. From the humble experience that I've had in this tiny island called Bahrain for the last 30 years of work. Yes.
Thank you so much, Amal. So today we are here to discuss about our topic, future of work in Bahrain, and how we can continue to thrive in this rapidly changing landscape. So let's dive right into the conversation. So Amal, as you have extensive experience in human capital development and leadership building, So what do you think are the key skills and attributes that leadership possess to stay competitive in this market right now?
Right, I think Bahrain doesn't differ from anyone else in the world, any other country in the world. And if we look at the World Economic Forum studies and reports, if we look at Deloitte's researches and PwC researches on, you know, I'm interested to read anything to do with workforce, of course, and youth and leadership, and especially youth. I'm very passionate about youth development in general, and happy to see that most of the board of this organization are young people as well. So the way forward is for my generation and the generation above me to follow them rather than them following us. But to be honest, most of the research that I am exposed to, and some, let's say, primary research that I do, even if they're dipstick surveys in Bahrain and in the region, lead to a couple of factors. I think that the skills of the future are no longer technical skills. Yes, we all need technical knowledge. We all need the competencies that are required in a specific arena. Like, for example, you have to pass your exams to be a CFA, you know, chartered accountant or chartered financial analyst or whatever it is. However, for leadership in general, it's mainly, number one is counting as digital literacy these days. So if we don't up our game in all generations, this is the first time in history, by the way, the first time in history that we have 4 generations under one roof. So we have the baby boomers, we have the Gen X, which is my generation, we have the millennials and the Gen Zs, all under one roof. So it's such a challenging time. Imagine, just try to envision how much leadership has to handle, you know? Keeping the older generation happy and the younger generations happy is not easy to equate that and to balance all of that. Because the digital literacy might be within the young, but not within the old. Then you go to, for example, another very, very important element that even WEF report is adaptability and resilience. Yes. The pace of change is huge. We all are witnessing this pace of change. It's huge. When I went to college, I had MS-DOS and the, you know, thin floppy disks, you know, and barely any internet connection, and those voices, you know, that we hear, or sounds that we hear when we try to connect to the internet. And now everything is on this, you know, phone of ours. The whole world is under our beck and control as well. So adaptability and resilience. And this is something I think all generations suffer from not having. It's not about, yes, we think that the old generations have the wisdom and the sage muscles of the brain. I'm too much into, you know, psychology and stuff like that. So yes, the older people are more mature because of experience, true. But again, the pace of change is so fast that we worry. It's normal for us to worry as well. Are we going to keep our jobs? What do we have to do to change? Even if we're employers, we're worried about what to do to this environment to achieve the highest maximum productivity, which is the ultimate goal of all leaders. Again, another very, very important skill that was reported from all these reports is empathy and emotional intelligence. Such simple things that we think exist in all of us. Trust me, they don't. They are also skills that we can improve, and the more we improve the emotional quotient of the whole organization, the more we have better teamwork, more productive, and less time spent on solving problems by HR or by the leaders themselves.
So I completely agree with your point, Zamal. So as you mentioned, you know, this is the first time in history that 4 generations are working and living under the same roof. And as we can see in the Bahrain, the Bahrain population is wonderfully diverse, with experienced professionals working alongside with the tech-savvy young generation.
Yes.
So how the people, who are the leaders in the organization, you know, and the CEO, CFOs, or the leadership sitting here in the room, they can manage, you know, and bridge this gap to keep the traditional culture alongside with the modern approaches, while building the future leaders as well?
Yes, I think if we just, as leaders of organizations, if we realize that we have these 4 kind of, generations under one roof, we make the best out of it. It's beautiful. We don't look at it. First of all, we decrease the level of resistance to change. So how do you decrease the resistance to change? By engaging people. How do I engage people? By involving them in the change, by involving them in the decision making of the change. Whether it's a policy change, whether it's a new digital kind of, the DT strategies, digital transformation strategies. How much am I transparent about what's going to happen? How much am I communicating about the benefit of those DT initiatives? How much am I involving every single person in the organization in relevance, with relevance, of course, in championing these changes? Do I have change champions? Do I have task forces that are going to communicate this? Do I have task forces that will celebrate milestones for this change? So how am I engaging my staff? So it takes a lot of empathy, like we said, and emotional intelligence from the leader to actually drive this. I believe in servant leadership. I believe that we serve our employees as leaders. And if we don't serve them day in, that's our job. Our job is not to get the job done alone. Our job is to get the job. So we don't need the technical knowledge. Technical knowledge made us achieve this level. We're up here now trying to achieve it through others. If they are going to get the job done, then they need to be happy, they need to be engaged. Now, when you're talking about bridging the gap, one very, very, very important initiative that I know that many of you come from the big 4 and international companies, and you may have these initiatives, is reverse mentoring, reciprocal mentoring. It's very important that youth feel their value by giving feedback, giving digital knowledge, all of these things to the older generations, and the older generations giving their wisdom and their experience. So this reciprocal mentoring is so important and very serious. People have to take it seriously. So, and I believe the same is with, any sort of skill, skill exchange, knowledge exchange. It's also very important to note that PwC did a survey, and 75% of the employees said that leaders, the good leaders, are ones that involve us and engage us in the change process and believe in us and ask us, for feedback all the time and understand these generational gaps. So the people who understand generational gaps educate themselves around it, cater for flexibility, cater for adaptability, are the ones that are getting the most out of their employees.
I agree, 100% agree. So,
of course you agree, you're young. Yeah. You want these managers, right, Abhishek?
Thank you so much, Amal. So, Amal, if you're talking about the young generation, young techie savvy generation, it will be unfair if you don't talk about AI. And even in today's introduction was all AI generated. So thanks to our XCOM team and ICAI Bahrain, who is also taking this initiative to bringing AI into our chapter and into our community. So what do you think? Like AI is one of the most transformative force in our generation. And Bahrain, we are the BFSI sector, that's the banking, financial services, and insurance plays a pivot role, in all the market. So how do you see the changing jobs roles, and how the company should work, equip themselves to stay competitive in this market?
Yeah, I think AI is scary to everyone, yet it makes smart people smarter, right? So we're all smarter because of AI. We're not dumber. We're smarter. So it will wipe out a lot of jobs, but it will wipe out repetitive jobs, routine jobs. It's not going to wipe out important jobs that require decision-making of a certain kind. I'm sure even decision-making, the algorithms will be advanced enough to... So yes, we will see I think we will see a surge of different jobs coming up. It's not like, okay, yes, it will wipe up certain jobs, but we have to have the transferable skills to learn and grow. That's why when I was talking in the beginning of the necessary skills, the last skill that I didn't talk about is lifelong learning. Lifelong learning is a must nowadays. There's no such thing as I stop learning. No matter how old you are, no matter how senior you are, you have to continuously keep on learning, because information is so much and there's no time to learn it. Yes, AI makes it easier for us, so it's good that, you know, it's a channel by which we can learn. However, to combat this AI, fear of AI, I think companies need to integrate it in a very transparent manner and equip people, upskilling. Now, you have organizations, if you are in Bahrain, use Tamkeen for your upskilling programs. You have this government support to help you upskill, and Tamkeen have so many digital literacy programs now, I hear. I've left Tamkeen, by the way, 7 years ago, and have my own boutique consulting now. However, I do watch their programs, and they've gone into teaching not only AI, all the digital transformation technologies, even cybersecurity and all of it. So yes, it's changing jobs. It's not, but it's replacing. We need oversight over AI. We need compliance over AI. These new jobs are coming into play. They didn't exist in the past. So we have new skills, new jobs, and we're not going to die without jobs. We're gonna just change, and change is the only constant. This is what I live by. This is my motto in life. My motto in life is change is the only constant, and we rise by lifting others. So we have to face change. Resilience is important, but we also help others achieve that change with us in the journey.
Completely agree. So, in a nutshell, to stay competitive in the market, we need to be continuous learning and adapt whatever is going in the market.
Absolutely.
So, Amal, do you see any specific kind of industry which is going to be impacted the most because of artificial intelligence in Bahrain market?
I think a lot of markets, like call centers, and it's already, you can see it already. Any repetitive job. So I'm not going to call out a specific sector. I haven't done my research on specific sectors in Bahrain, but all repetitive jobs in the world are going. Yeah. So it's the responsibility of, yes, schools to teach coding and to teach digital literacy from a young age, but also not only schools and colleges, but even at work. Since we have all those 4 generations under the workforce, in our workforce, what are we doing about that? Are we just depending on them to learn their own? How are we harnessing the power of AI? What are we doing? Are we banning ChatGPT, or are we allowing ChatGPT into our offices but teaching them how to use it well and creating oversight and compliance roles over that ChatGPT? How are we making our work faster and better and more efficient? How are we making smart people smarter? It goes down to that, right? So it's a lot of jobs, but repetitive ones. And I think we have come to an age where young people want change, want constant change, and want speed. They demand speed. And they're no longer working for pay, but for purpose. So purpose, I wrote 2 books, by the way. I published 2 books about this generation. And I have a daughter that is a Gen Z and working, and another one that is Alpha, and God help me, God help us all. Right? So the pace of change and the demands that they make for knowledge, for explanation, I wonder how we're going to manage them in the office. How are we going to confine all of this energy that they have? We can't confine it. And I love Khalil Gibran. I love poetry. And he says, our children are not our children. They come through us, but not from us. They are the children of life's longing for itself. We may nurture their souls. No. We may nurture their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which we cannot visit, not even in our dreams. So we cannot imagine what these Alpha and Gen Z want, but we have to have these conversations with them and a coaching culture. I advocate a coaching culture highly, and that coaching culture allows all of this exchange of, I know where you want to go, so I'm going to try to change the environment for you and make it better, so I get the best out of you as well, because they're faster, they're more efficient in getting the information in ways we cannot imagine. We cannot imagine. So let them, you know, flourish with their productivity, but in a very confined and regulated environment that I can you know, balance that ability between flexibility and control.
That's wonderfully answered, Amal.
I hope I answered your question.
So,
yeah.
Amal, as you know, Bahrain has always been a vibrant hub where the local expatriates and local community working side by side, so contributing to its economy and culture for centuries. So considering the rapidly changing landscape of work driven by globalization, technology, and economic shift, where do you see Bahrain workforce placed? And what opportunities or challenges do you foresee, for the Bahrain future in this regard?
I think fear of AI is shifting a lot of things, right? So, are you asking about the Bahrain workforce specifically, or
Bahrain, and there are many members who are coming from other Gulf GCC nations.
Yeah, okay.
Many of our leaders from the ICAI.
But locals
Gulf,
or the whole
locals
workforce?
and the expatriate
and the
communities.
expatriates, yes. Because I think fear is natural, right? So we're all fearing AI, and actually I think there's I don't know which study I read that 60% were asked. 60% of employees fear AI. I think it was a LinkedIn learning research survey, a LinkedIn survey. 60% are fearing AI. So it's natural. Fear is, of this change is very natural within expat communities, within Bahraini communities. They're natural. So I think role of the government is very important in for the locals at least. It's important in enabling people to face this fear by this digital literacy that I mentioned earlier. I think I touched upon a couple of things earlier, and the role of leaders in organization into fostering this reciprocal mentoring kind of, and the workforce itself elevating itself and through this lifelong learning pattern. But collaboration is very important as well. That's another skill that WEF talks about as a future skill. Imagine, it's collaboration. So how do we collaborate amongst not only ourselves in the company, but across industries? How are these collaborations happening between competitors now? How are they happening between, and we are a smaller world, right? We are a smaller world. We're all one big village, and we can collaborate as one big village and reap the benefits and the beauty of diversity. Diversity is so beautiful. By the way, I went to a school which was cosmopolitan. I went to the Sacred Heart School, so all my teachers were Indian, yeah? So I have this affinity. And something I did when I took my kids to school was make sure I take them to a school which had 72 nationalities, okay? So because of this diversity, and now the world, my daughter has friends from all over the world. My 15-year-old daughter has friends from all over the world she's never met in her life through her phone. They play games with people they don't know, and they get to know them, and then when they visit that country, she says, I want to go to, I don't know, the Czech Republic or something, because I know someone there, and I'm like, oh my God. So the world is smaller. So imagine in the business sense how networking throughout the importance of networking and the redefined definition of networking. We used to network only in conferences here, right? Now we can network across the globe in humongous manners. I can't imagine how. So yeah, so I think obstacles are there, but we have to have an extremely open, agile mind. Agility is very important, resilience is important, empathy is important, acceptance is important, celebrating differences is important, differences of point of view.
Yes.
All of these things are extremely important.
Wonderful answer. That's fascinating. So Amal, as we are going to close our fireside chat today, what are the key 3 takeaways, you know, that all of our attendees should take, considering the future of work in Bahrain? How to stay competitive, stay relevant, and collaborate together. So what are the key 3 takeaways that you will suggest everyone?
I think I'll go back to my first points actually. Yeah, I think I come from a very, I come from a school of mind, a mindset of abundance, all right? So I feel if we embrace a mindset of abundance, there will be enough for all, and there will be enough for everyone. So I think the expat community here play a huge role in the development of a nation. I have seen it all my life. I've lived it. I'm Bahraini. I'm born and bred here in Bahrain, of course. My parents, my grandparents, we've all lived with expatriates. So Bahrain has been also recorded as a top, you know, I remember there was this magazine for expatriates living abroad, and Bahrain marked as one of the top 1% countries for easy to, I think the easiest country to settle in. Yeah, those were the words, settle in, settling in factor. So I think we have a, and for those who are coming from the rest of the GCC, to Bahrain, I don't actually know the scores there, but at least I know here in Bahrain, we're used to, because we were a port, and I think Dubai would be the same because there's a port. Any country that is a port, you have diversity and inclusion. So I think diversity and inclusion is beautiful, celebrate it, have that mindset of abundance as locals or non-locals, have that and give back. This reciprocal mentoring part that I talk about, the coaching, cultures are the way forward. Because those cultures are the cultures, imagine if every single leader you have in the organization, whether it's a junior manager, supervisor, or up to the top, imagine they all, not were certified coaches, we don't need certifications, but they had coaching skills. What would make that organization flourish or more successful? It's the communication levels will be higher, the empathy will be higher, adaptability will be higher, solving of problems will be higher, performance issues will be tackled there and then. So productivity will flourish, engagement will increase, all of these things will be solved with one thing, which is coaching skills within your managers. So, and the lifelong learning and the ability to flourish, all of these things that we talked about are just encapsulated in focusing on the leader's skills to cater for this growth in the whole organization systematically. You have to do it systematically, and even fears will diminish, and everything will be shared, you know. So I hope that answered your question again.
That's fascinating, Amal. So Amal, now we will open the floor if you have any questions from the audience.
Yes, please.
So do we have any questions from the audience regarding the human capital development, leadership building? We have Mr. Mahesh Kumar Narayan, a CA member.
Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you, Ms. Amal. I'm also a silent admirer of the work that you do, and I'm thankful that I get the opportunity to convey that to you today. You also talked highly about the expat community. So we are all professionals here, some of us who have been working for more than 2 or 3 decades. Yes. One of the legacy that we as Indians and as professionals would want to leave when we leave this island is to ensure that we coach as many Bahrainis as much as possible, so that they are the future of this country. But more often than not, we come across, a common saying that, the Bahraini work culture, they are not hardworking at times. They don't want to put in the efforts. They don't want to put in the commitment. Although I tend to disagree at most times because I had the privilege of working with very fine Bahrainis who have now gone on to take on higher positions in many organizations. But as a coach, as an advisory, how do you, deal with the situation where we come across talent, but they don't want to take that extra efforts, they don't want to go the extra mile? Because anything that you want to achieve, it cannot be the normal thing. You have to put in the extra efforts. But we come across situations where they want to do the minimum effort, but they want to reap the best rewards. So how do, as managers, I understand coaching is a skill, but not everybody possesses that. And with executing our daily responsibilities, maybe that is not possible. But what would be your guidance for the local Bahrainis to also, understand this need? So when you talk to this Bahraini workforce, how do you, tell them about all these aspects so that they become as competitive or more competitive than their, I would say, other nationality workers? Thank you.
Right. Can I answer that question and then go to the next?
Yeah? Sure.
Right, fantastic. Thank you so much for your question. And I think there's a lot of stereotypes, right? Let's face it. And I'm a bold speaker, by the way, so I'm going to remove all the masks, right? So there's a lot of stereotypes of the expat workers that we Bahrainis have. They don't want to teach us because they don't want to lose their jobs. And there's a lot of stereotypes about the Bahrainis that they're lazy, they don't want to work, and they want everything, and they're entitled, and all of that. I believe they are pure stereotypes. So the day we actually remove that word from our dictionary, stereotypes, we say, not remove actually, we are aware that these are stereotypes and they're not the true fact of the matter. When I'm facing someone, of course, is the day I can start having that conversation. So first of all, any barrier to communication will stop me from actually starting encoding my message to the receiver. So growth mindsets is the answer. How do I, you're absolutely right, how do I instill a growth mindset in these Bahrainis, right? I totally believe that it's not the job of one variable. It's not the job of only the school. It's not the job of the parent alone. It's not the job of the employer alone. A lot of things impact growth mindsets, right? Your need, your desires, your frame of reference, your standards, your role models, your culture, your religion, everything affects your growth mindset, your experiences of the past. We have hard disks in our brain, and our hard disks are made up of all of these things. And what is the language of the brain? It's thoughts. But what is the language of the body? Emotions, hormones, experiences, traumas of the past, whatever they are that shape us and who we are. So this individual sitting in front of you is made up of a combination of things that if I try to understand more, I will find his key. Everyone has a key. There is a key to that person that may seem lazy to you, may seem disengaged to you. There is a key, but I have to understand. And I disagree with saying we're busy managers, technical managers. You're all like finance, yeah? We're busy and we can't be coaches. No, you can be coaches. Coaching is not necessarily doing that 1 hour every week. No, it's a skill. It's just the empathy, the understanding of NLP. You don't have to go deep into NLP, but understanding the mind, understanding how he feels, understanding what the reactions, and knowing what to question when and how to question it in order to get the best out of that individual. And not only locals need this, everybody needs this. We need this as parents with our children, right? If we want good parenting skills, good outcome from our children, we need to enthuse them with that. So I think engage more, understand more, and build growth mindsets. Growth mindsets do not say no to learning. Growth mindsets do not say it's impossible, and growth mindsets don't say I can't do it. They don't have that fear. They say it's okay, I'll take the risk. You as a manager create a culture of it's okay. If you make mistakes, it's okay. It's all right. You know, I have your back, you know, certain level of mistakes, of course, okay? So build that culture. It's your responsibility as management and organizations to build that culture.
That's wonderful. So in a nutshell, to stay competitive, you have to be a growth mindset, and the team should be built in such a manner that hierarchy is always like this, that they are backed up. So people are confident to try new things, to explore new things, and they must, you know,
within
learn.
the limitations,
Yes,
within
exactly.
limitations, yes.
And one thing, Amal, you know, everybody who is sitting here in this room will agree for this, that Bahrain is one of the best workplaces to work upon, that you mentioned in your answer. So Amal, so because of the shortage of time, we will, you know, close our session today.
Okay.
Thank you so much for sharing your valuable insights.
Thank you, it's a pleasure.
Clear. Thank you. It's clear that Bahrain is uniquely positioned to lead in shaping a future-ready workforce while maintaining its rich cultural essence. So as we wrap up, I would like to leave the audience with a key takeaway: that's adaptability, continuous learning, and ethical leadership are more critical than ever. Whether you are a leader, an employee, or a businessman, the future of work is an opportunity to motivate, innovate, collaborate, and thrive. So let's continue to work together to ensure Bahrain remains a hub of talent, innovation, and growth. Thank you all for joining us today, and a big thank you to Amal for the enlightening conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amal.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, go that way. Oh, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Amal and C. Abhishek. I was so involved in your conversation that I actually forgot to make them some notes for today's session. But somehow I managed to write down something for ensuring that we have faced challenges with resilience and adapt to changes by learning regularly for our bright future. Thank you. Now I call upon stage our Chairperson C.A. Vivek Gupta, Vice Chairperson Vineet Maru, and our past Chairperson Uday Shanbag to felicitate our speaker. Now I would like to call upon stage our Joint Secretary, C.A. Sumit Kopkar, who will take us through yet another exciting and insightful session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, C.A. Chintan. Mr. V. Lee, Associate Professor of Harvard Medical School, mentioned in his study there are 86 billion neurons in human mind. Yes, I am talking about human mind. That forms hundreds of trillions of connections to to another, a number far for us to fathom. But yet we tend to forget things, passwords, names, faces, speech, and for all the men in the hall, when you tend to forget the items from grocery stores and you have to confess that to your spouse, and we all know what happens next. Understanding the power of mind is like unlocking a superpower you always had but you never realize, where dreams can come into reality and challenges can turn into opportunities. To help us unlock human power, we have amongst us CA Hemant Joshi, who always believed life can be transformed around for good by harnessing the infinite power of human mind. I now request the stage management team to play the video provided by CA Hemant Joshi.
A rewarding and satisfying career spanning over 4 decades. A university topper, gold medalist, state awardee, and National Merit List holder. A person who possesses an inevitable string of professional qualifications, a fellow chartered accountant and cost accountant from India, an MBA and management accountant from UK, a Bachelor of Laws, a Bachelor of Commerce. A career that prides in financial astuteness, integrity and loyalty. A finance professional working as a board member of the prestigious Abdullah Nas Group and Nas Corporation, Bahrain. He is credited with the astounding success of the Nas Corporation public IPO, first of its kind in the Gulf region for a family business in the construction industry. Was closely involved in the IPO process from its conception to completion stage. The first Indian to be on the board of a publicly listed company on the Bahrain Stock Exchange. Registered on the panel of GCC Arbitration Council as a financial expert. An author of 2 books which have received literary acclaim in the region. His book, Success at Your Doorsteps, It's Knocking, has received appreciation from celebrities such as Prime Minister of India, Mr. Narendra Modi, Mr. Ratan Tata, Mr. Narayan Murthy, Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, and Mr. Sachin Tendulkar. An international accredited neuro-linguistic programming trainer who has, through his workshops, made a powerful impact on various sections of society. Has conducted numerous workshops for corporates and professionals as a community service, a professional speaker and a champion of public speaking of the Gulf region for a continuous period of 5 years in extempore and humorous speeches. A memory athlete, forayed into the memory sports world in 2018 and in the first year won both the Indian National and World Memory Championship in senior category. A 3-time World Memory Champion and 6 times Indian National Memory Champion in a row in the senior category. Today, he has successfully attempted a new record in the realm of memory sports by memorising 5,000 digits of pi in 50 minutes, thereby becoming the first memory athlete from the senior category across the world. Recipient of the CFO of the Middle East Award from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. Has received several awards at national and international levels for his stellar accomplishments till date. His lifelong struggle to be a better person with every breath. His belief, modesty has no limit, more the better. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Hemant Joshi.
So this was just the trailer. The picture is about to start. Please join me in resounding applause to welcome CA Hemant Joshi to help us unwind the power of mind. C.A. Hemant Joshi.
Hello. Thank you. Hello. Thank you, Sumit, for that very generous introduction. I am extremely delighted, ladies and gentlemen, to be in the midst of such a charged and vibrant powerhouse of professionals. Do you realize one thing? It's very rare occasion when you have under one roof such galaxy of professionals, a congruence and confluence of competence and talent of individuals who have been self-motivators, who have made themselves a role model of the society, who have, with their energy and enthusiasm, with their willingness to learn, despite being very accomplished professionals, and most importantly, carrying the profession and the flag of chartered accountancy with such glory, you all need a very, very big round of applause. Friends, Vivek called me a few days ago and he says we are going to give you a slot to speak. But we don't want all those 5,000 digits of pi or binary digits 0, 1, 1, 0, not interested. Can you do something which is of use to us in our daily life? And he said, if you are prepared for that, I'll give you a time slot on a condition that with every extra minute you exceed your time limit, we are going to take away 1 hour of your CPE. Now, I said, of course, I don't want to take that risk, but also there is one other reason I will want to finish in time, and that reason I will tell at the end of my presentation. Friends, today's theme, forgetting names and faces. Now, I am just reminded of a quote which says, believe your beliefs and doubt your doubts. Don't believe your doubts and don't doubt your beliefs. I would like to twist that and change it in the context of today's workshop. Remember what you ought to remember and forget what you should forget. Don't forget what you ought to remember and don't forget what we need to remember. So with this, I think I will just go straight into the topic of the day. And I think you have to go back to the original. Just go back to the original slide, please. Can you go back to the beginning of this presentation? Oh, yes. So, you see so many faces every day. Shakespeare said, what is there in the name? Now, to me, name means everything. It's a reflection of your personality, your identity, your image. But Shakespeare said, what is there in the name? If Shakespeare were to be born again and if he were to be present here today, I will say, Mr. Shakespeare, if there is nothing in the name, why didn't you write anonymously? Why did you write as William Shakespeare? And you see, the name is a very, very strong thing for us to acknowledge and remember and address to a person whom we know, whom we meet, whom we interact with. Now, on a lighter vein, I once told my wife after marriage that I would like to name my son as Padma Shri. And she said, why? I said, because when he writes his name, he will write it as Padma Shri Hemant Joshi. Friends, today you must have met so many people whom you had not met before, right? How many of you met people whom you had not met before and they introduced themselves to you? Please raise your hands. People whom you didn't know and who introduced themselves to you. Yes? Now, if those gentlemen come in front of you or the ladies, how many of you will be able to remember their names? Raise your hands, please. Nobody. Oh my God. So you met with the guy, he introduced yourself to you, you spent some time, and still you don't remember the name. It's not unnatural. It's the biggest challenge, even for memory athletes and memory champions, to remember the names. You can very easily remember the faces, but to remember the name is difficult because the names are very abstract. They don't mean much unless you attach some story or some meaning to that or some image to that. And so, what we would like to do is just go through quickly this process of how we can handle this particular task. Now, why do we forget names? Lack of attention. Somebody is introducing themselves to you, you have to look into the eyes of the person, look into his face with a smile, but many a time we are shaking hand with the person and we are looking somewhere else. Oh, today nice breakfast there. We have lovely idli and vada and all those, what have you. You are not focusing on the person. There is lack of attention. First of all, it's a very disrespectful thing. At the same time, it will not help you to remember the name of the person. Second thing, there is no focus. Complete lack of focus. Almost you have blinded yourself and you are just doing it for the sake of formality. This will not help. And the third thing is, there are so many things which are going inside your mind while somebody is introducing themselves to you. What is it of use to me? I am going to meet this person maybe once a year. I don't need to get anything from him. So there is no interest. Imagine if someone were to come with you, come in front of you and say, I am going to offer you a job of a CEO or CFO. You will remember not only his name, his father's name, his surname. You will remember his Rashi, Nakshatra and Gotra also. So it goes to show that we remember what we want to remember. We forget because we have given a suggestion to our brain that there is no need to remember this. If there is an urgency, if there is a suggestion which goes to your mind, to your brain, that is very important for me to remember, then the job of remembering the names with the faces will not at all be difficult. So let's have some tips as to how to remember these names and faces. Okay, the first one, and I am going to give a very small demo or small sort of introduction to the technique. Very simple technique. It is very simple, but it will stay with you from the end of this session to the end of your life. I can guarantee you that, because it's very natural. Brain is wired to remember things very naturally. There need not be any effort. All this artificial intelligence, all these things about governance and all, I would say the simplest thing is the natural intelligence. What we have inside our brain is unfathomable. Socrates once said that we forget things. The moment we put anything on the paper, we are giving ourselves a permission to forget. So we don't have to do that, because we have the ability to remember. Now, when you say a person comes to you and says, I am Mr. Mike. Now what you have to do is, just quickly, this is all some fun game which you have to play in your mind. The twist is, you just twist the name and make it into an object, a funny object. For example, he says, my name is Michael. What comes to your mind? Mic, microphone, right? So twist the name and just keep that image on the side. The next thing, you have to identify what is the unique feature of the person. Now, when you are talking to him, when you are looking at him, you of course, you see don't start looking into as if you are studying the person. You know, it's a natural thing. And there are so many things which will be noticed to you about the person, about his physical traits, about the personality that he has. For example, you start with the head. Maybe, you know, he has got very dark hair, very thick hair, you know, curly hair. Just keep having that sensory acuity. Maybe he has no hair, he is bald. You look at the forehead, for example. Sometimes a person may have very small forehead, and it will be very easily distinct and very apparent to you when you are there. It may be a very broad forehead. Maybe the eyes, small eyes, gray eyes, blue eyes. Sometimes the eyes may be red. Sometimes, you know, very wide eyes. Sometimes it could be a squint. It's not, I'm not talking in terms of derogation. It's not derogatory, but you know, it's a something, some characteristic which you come across, which you see instantly. It should get registered with you. Maybe the nose, it's a very sharp nose. Maybe, you know, he has got a chin, which is a very broad chin. Maybe he has a big mole. Just notice it. Don't tell him, I'm looking at you, I'm studying you. No. You just have to observe it very subtly. Once you have identified the place, that's the file we call it. It's the file on the face of the person. And what you have an object. In the first thing you had twisted his name, and you had put that particular Michael, okay, you have said microphone. The microphone is the content. That content you are going to paste onto the feature, which is the feature which we identified as a special feature. And then you just paste it onto that. For example, if that Michael had a bald, and then you have a microphone, maybe just try to fix a microphone on his bald, just paste that a funny picture, funny image, and then make a quick story. Make a quick story about that feature which you have found out and the object that you have, and then just try to quickly do that story. It will take only a few seconds. Now I will explain and demonstrate to you how effective it is. It may be said very easily, but when you actually look at it and try to implement, it becomes very easy. So we are going to do this, and so now we are going to have some fun now. Now when you are doing this, you have to be be like a notorious child of say 4 years. A kid is very imaginative, you know, it enjoys, it has the fun whenever it does anything. Make stories. Now when you are making the stories, those stories should be very funny, awkward, obnoxious, you know, sometimes exaggerated. Make those exaggerated stories inside your mind, and then you just see how the fun goes. So what we will do now, I will just give you some pictures, and we will quickly review the steps that we have just now discussed and see how it actually can be applied. Okay? So now we start with this. Now what is the name of this person? Melanie. What is the first thing that you notice in this lady? The curly hair. What you do, you have to now twist the name. Now the Melanie becomes a melon, right? I am just giving whatever comes to my mind. You do not have to make any effort, don't have to carry a dictionary, what is the alternative, whatever comes to your mind, maybe male, maybe melon. So the melon is the object, and the face, the trait is her hair. So what you have to do now, you just have to make a small story that there is a melon there, and it is getting crushed into her beautiful hair, and all that watermelon juice is dripping, she is trying to lick it, she is enjoying the process, that's it. Now this is a story. The stories could be hundreds, millions or whatever, depending on your imagination. All you are doing is just having fun, trying to find out an anchor or a trigger to get to know that name. So you have found out Melanie, we twisted it as a melon, then we put that and we crushed it onto our head. Next one. This is Mr. Steve. The feature that we see is his bald. Now what comes to my mind, what comes to your mind when you say Steve? Any object? Sorry? Stove. Somebody said stove, yes. Sorry? Yes. So when we have, let's say, stove, and we have a bald. What I do, I start burning a stove on his bald. He is very strong guy, he is not being affected by it, and he has the same gaze, and he says, challenge me, let the heat be on, I am not going to be affected. This story takes nanoseconds. Brain and your mind is so powerful that it can reach sun and the moon in an instant. It is faster than the speed of light and the sound. Today you close your eyes and you say, I am on the surface of the sun. Next moment you are there. It is that fast the brain will work. So we say the stove is burning on Steve's bald head. Next, we have a guy, his name is Ruskin. What is the identifying feature you see? You see his hair, right? Very different. Now what you do is Ruskin. What is the thing which comes to your mind? Rusk. We eat the rusk. Yes. I am going to put the rusk and I am going to hide it into his hair, cover the rusk with the hair, and just I am going to leave it there. Okay? Just fun. Now I am going to have 23 of such images. At the end of this session, you will remember all 23. You are chartered accountants. You may probably remember more than 23, but I guarantee you will remember all the 23. That's a promise, and that's a promise which I will ensure it happens at the end of the next 10 minutes. Okay? We go to the next. Now I will move a little bit faster because now my brain has learned the technique. I am going to do this. Now her name is Maggie. Okay, some of you know she is Indira Gandhi, but I have twisted the name. Let's say another person is born, her name is Maggie, and you see what is the distinguishing feature here? White and black. We call it as what do you call it? Salt and pepper color, right? Salt and pepper style we call it. So what you do, and what is the object that comes to your mind? Maggie. Yes? Maggie noodles. Yes. You had your food, but still you are thinking of food, my friend. That's perfectly fine. Okay, we put Maggie noodle in that, and we are just trying to push it and spread it on our head, and that's it. Just a fun sake, it's a fun exercise. Next, we have a guy, and what is the striking feature? The scars, right? The scars, and his name is Raymond. So what you can, when you twist the name Raymond, what comes to your mind? Ray, right? Anything which comes to your ray or ream. Let's say it is ray. So you can imagine a ray of lightning is coming and is hitting this little child, but is a child from God, nothing happens to him except that there are these small scars. There is a story you have made. Okay, we go to the next. Then you have this beautiful lady and her name is Crystal. What is the identifying feature here? Long nose, right? You are observant, very observant, you are analytical people, of course. You are chartered accountants, you are very smart. So you immediately see there is a long nose, that is the file I have, and the crystal. So my object is going to be this crystal glass, alright. So I am making a story. She is taking the crystal glass, there is some water, juice in, or wine or juice, whatever is there, and she is taking near her long nose and trying to smell it, and says, oh, it's wonderful smell. And we just stop at that, we want to the next level. Next, Alexander. What is the feature of this guy? His mustache, you know, like a military man. You know how he's twirled his mustache. Immediately you notice it. You don't have to do any soul searching or anything. The guy you see, and you see there is a mustache. His name is Alexander. Now I am going to twist it into anything which you think of. For me it is Lexus, right? Or you can say Alexa, or you can make out any of the object. For me it is Lexus. So what I am doing is, I am taking a Lexus, and the Lexus is rolling on his big mustache, left and right, but this guy's mustache are so strong, they are like steel mesh, and he is not perturbed about it. Next, we have this lady, and we see there is she is Rekha, yes, but in her new avatar, her name is Malini. Now what is the thing that you see on her face? Of course she has all these lovely ornaments, but there is a mole also, right? Sometimes these moles are very, very prominent. They may be small, they may be big moles. So for me, when I see there is a mole there. Her name is Malini, and I am going to just put it as my trigger for Malini is a male, Malini, male. So I am putting a male box there, and that mailbox is just right near her mole, and the mole is starting to get big and it gets into the mailbox. Some crazy, awkward, obnoxious, exaggerated, nonsensical stories also don't matter. You don't have to explain to people how you remember their names. Be discreet enough, otherwise you start explaining, this is how I remembered your name, there will be a problem for you. So now we have the next one, and that is, his name is Matt. And look, what is the distinguishing feature here? Oh, he has got this hair, right? So now what we do is, we put a mat there, that's my object, onto the hair, and that mat is being spread onto his curly hair. The next one, Nestor, his name is Nestor. Okay, he was Abraham Lincoln, but he had changed his name, Nestor. What comes to your mind? Nest. And what is his beard, right? Special beard or the long face. So you are putting the nest onto his beard, and that nest has got some, you know, the chicken or whatever, chicks, and so he's just looking at them. He just wants to make sure that they don't fall on him, but he's just observing them. The next one is this lady called Olivia. Now what is the object you get for Olivia? Olives, right? So what I'm doing, and what is the distinguishing feature on this personality? That nice necklace, right? So we just say on those necklace there are these olives. I'll go very fast now. His name is Rupert, right? The code for me is rope. You see a rope, and it is being pulled, put into his this thing, and you know he has got a small eye, you know, one of the two eyes is smaller. So you can just say that maybe the rope has stuck into or gone into his eye, and that's why it has become small. So we just put that as Rupert. Oh my God, my eye is hurting. Next one, Kelleher. What is the feature here? The mustache, right? Now Kelleher, I'm saying call her, right? This is my code word. So I'm saying that he's calling her, and he's saying, okay, come here. There's one gentleman who has got very funny mustache. Hilda, I can see the broad forehead of hers, and Hilda, hill. I put a hill on her forehead. His name is Jamal. What do you see in his personality? Sixth finger, right? So maybe you are putting some jam there, Jamal, jam, onto his sixth finger. He is going to lick it after a while. Now we see the red eye. His name is Jalal. What comes to my mind is jail. Oh, he has been in jail, couldn't sleep for a few nights. That's why his eyes are red. Right? Jalal. Next, Fryla. What is the word? I get a frying pan, and look at this bow, this thing here, hairdo. I'm just going to put that onto that and fry it. Okay? Next, Washington. What comes to my mind is washing machine, and I'm seeing that whisker, the hair, different hairstyle. I'm going to put that, remove it, it's probably a wig. I'm going to put it into a washing machine. Okay? There is Elizabeth. What is the specialty? Dimple. Now Elizabeth for me is a lizard. So I am seeing a lizard just playing around her dimple. It's trying to go around, and it settles there. It gets stuck. She tries to remove it. Again, this is coming there. Lizard. Okay? Now, Phillips. I take Philafel and look at the hair which is coming out of his ears. Okay? So I'm just going to put Philafel there. It goes from one side, comes out to the other, gets stuck into this. Salahuddin, look at the hair that he has. And for me, Salahuddin is sale. So there is a sale which is going on, and then this guy is there. I'm up for sale. All these wonderful things. It's a nice wig, in fact. I'm going to put up this wig for sale. Okay, Rima, the rim, and I'm going to put that rim into her big ring there. Okay. Now, Tariq, look at the protruding ears. So I'm going to Tara. Tariq is Tara. Tara means star. I'm going to put a star into his ears. Now, are you ready for testing yourself? Are you ready? I need some enthusiasm, guys. That's wonderful. Now for those who do all 23 out of 23, there is going to be a special prize for them. Are you ready? Yes. Okay, who was this? Ruskin. Who is this? Who is this? Raymond. Kelleher. Hilda. Who? Still, there is somebody who said Deepika. Still, Deepika is on her mind, on his mind. We changed her name, my friend. Fraila. So you all have performed wonderfully. If we had such a paper in our CA exam, it would have been so easy to pass the exams, right? Friends, you have to do it with a lot of caution. Do it subtly and silently, or else. If you tell somebody that there is something which was there, you are bald and I am burning a stove on it, that Steve will come and thrash you. You will get arrested for such indiscretion. Don't do that. So friends, the point I am going to make here is you have to make sure that you spend some time, have fun, and give attention to the person. Some person meets with you and he says, okay, my name is Mahindra. Immediately relate it to the person you know. Oh, and you say to him, oh, Mahendra Singh Dhoni, do you also play cricket? And while just doing that, just observe him. If there is some lady and comes and says, Lata Mangeshkar, the great singer, you share a name with a celebrity, don't you? Wonderful. At the same time, you keep gathering those reflexes or kind of sensory acuity I said, and try to fix up that story. But give positive suggestions. If there is a person who says, oh, I am Ian Gordon, don't say, oh, my boss was Ian Gordon, but such a terrible fellow, I don't want to even look at his face. Don't say such things. Don't give negative connotations. All you have to do is take that person into confidence and try to use that name once or twice while he's there with you. Thank you, Lata. Wonderful meeting you. See you again. When you try to, when you are saying this, you are reinforcing to this. Reinforcing the need for you to remember and also your ability to retrieve the information. Now, is that clear? Do you think this is going to help? Now, you have time from now till tomorrow. You are going to meet some more people who have not introduced themselves to you. Just look at them, talk to them, use these very basic things, and I am sure you are going to come out with flying colors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I promised you that I will not exceed my time, but I did exceed, but I am going to conclude this with a small anecdote. There was a speaker, he was given 15 minutes and they were told you don't have more than that. He said fine. But you know how the speakers are, they have the mic, they have the captive audience, they will go on. So this guy went on for 15, 20, 30 minutes. People became fidgety, they started drowsing, they started snoring, they started giving him standing ovation, standing up and getting out of the hall. This fellow didn't get any clue. At the end of those 35 minutes, a person from back of the hall came. He stood in front of the speaker. He had a pistol in his hand and he just pointed it to him. And he says, then the speaker, he is terrified and he says, sorry, I am going to put an end to my speech. Please don't do anything. And the guy with the pistol said, don't worry, I am not after you. I am after the person who invited you here. Vivek Gupta, where are you? Please, I don't want to put Vivek into jeopardy. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Excellent audience that you are. Amazing people, and give yourself one more time a big round of applause. Thank you.
Please. Thank you. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Yeah. Thank you, C.A. Joshi. I have a very quick question for you. During lunch, I was talking to CA Rajesh from Doha chapter. He said that you met him after so many long years, but still you remember his name. So what is the story behind remembering his name?
Well, Rajesh, of course, he worked for me. But when I met him, I think I remember that. I don't know if Rajesh remembers. I said, "You are Rajesh Khanna." Oh, Rajesh Khanna is our, he is a great star, because I grew up when he was one of the superstars. So I said, "Rajesh Khanna." So whenever I see Rajesh, I imagine he comes in front of me and he starts singing to people, "Mere sapnon ki rani." That's a trigger. That's a trigger. So you can use any trigger that you have, but make sure that those triggers are so strong, and you have to just revise this. When you have that story, quickly you review that in your mind. So next time when the person comes, you will have no issues. If somebody says his name is Chandra Swami, immediately see a Chandra or a moon. If he says Surya Narayan, immediately think of a bright sun on his head. Things of that sort, and try to relate it with the environment, make a small story. With that, you are never going to fail. Never ever going to fail. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Sir, what a session that was. We thank CA Hemant Joshi for making us realize the potential of our human mind. I now request CA Vivek Gupta, along with past chairperson CA Ajay, to be on stage and honor CA Hemant Joshi with a token of memento. I now hand over the control to ExCom members CA Abhinav, who is our social media and marketing head, and who is also behind all the hard work of all the flyers you see on the screen. Welcome, CA Abhinav.
Thank you, CA Sumit, for such a warm introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Original Abhinav. It's a pleasure to welcome you all to this last session of the day on a topic that's shaping the future of business globally. That is ESG Unlocked, Trust-Inspiring Actions. The importance of ESG has grown significantly in the recent years as the businesses, investors, and consumers increasingly recognize its shaping a sustainable and equitable future. ESG represents not just a framework, but a commitment to ethical governance and a meaningful societal impact. To take us through this vital conversation, we have three distinguished speakers from KPMG Bahrain, Mr. Karl Subramanian, Mr. Arvind Sharma, and Mr. Naren Pasupati. Now, I would request the state management to present a brief introduction about them.
Karl Subramanian, with over 25 years of professional experience across ESG sustainability, people and change, marketing and corporate communications, and training and development, Karl has led and supported clients across a wide range of sectors in Bahrain and the GCC region, India, UK, US, and Germany. He has specialized experience in social development and people engagement and has managed KPMG's global relationships with key development agencies and global not-for-profits. Karl is also the head of markets for KPMG in Bahrain. We take pride in welcoming Mr. Karl Subramanian to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain chapter of ICAI.
Arvind Sharma is an experienced leader with over 25 years' experience in leading complex engagements focused on audit and assurance. His experience spans across industries and has worked with clients across a range of sectors including financial services, manufacturing, industrial, real estate, and family conglomerates. Arvind is a master facilitator in technical trainings on topics including IFRS and audit methodology and is the ESG assurance leader for KPMG in Bahrain. With great joy, we welcome Mr. Erwin Sharma to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Naren Pasupalti is an ESG leader with over 12 years of research and consulting experience across a range of sectors with a specific focus on ESG advisory, social policy, and people and change management. Naren is a qualified environmental economist and has significant experience in supporting clients across sectors in relation to their ESG strategy, governance, and reporting. It is with great pleasure that we welcome Mr. Naren Pasupalti to the 16th Annual Conference of the Bahrain Chapter of ICAI.
Now I would request our speakers to take the stage.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very, very clear that we are the last session for today and we are literally standing between you and the concert. So we'll try and keep this A, as recreational as possible, and B, as painless as possible. Thank you, Original Abhinav, for the introductions. And thank you, Hemant Saab, if you're in the audience. Fantastic session. I remember Freyal's name, I remember Melanie's name, I don't remember what I was supposed to say. So thank you for that. And clearly the committee have been taking advice from you as well. So they've matched their suits to the backdrop color so that we all have that crazy story about them. Unfortunately, I only remember all of their names now as New Age. So, if I refer to you as New Age, it's probably because my story is a bit confused. But thank you for the opportunity. What we wanted to do is not so much try and preach, but actually try and make it as relatable as possible in terms of a topic and in terms of the content that we actually have. Now, how many of you in the audience actually think that ESG is something new that's come up over the last 3 to 5 years? Just 3 to 5 years, great, fantastic. Who else? Anyone else thinks ESG is brand new? Fantastic, thank you. Anyone else? See, all of a sudden I felt like an auctioneer. There as well. Perfect. Brilliant. Now, I'm going to pop some numbers up. And I'm very aware that we have chartered accountants in the room and you guys love your numbers. But what will be really useful is to try and see who can tell me what each set of those numbers are. I've got the color coding done so that you know that there are 2 numbers linked to each other. Can any of you tell me what each of those numbers are? All right, let me get you started off and then maybe it'll catch up. So, sorry? Someone's age? If they're that old, then they're not with us anymore. 16. So you got one sweet 16. The rest of them are a bit expired. So, it's been 390 days since the Central Bank of Bahrain actually posted their new regulation on ESG. For all of us who in our roles, in our very, very busy days have said, we know we need to be in compliance with it, but we'll do it tomorrow. That effectively means you've had 390 tomorrows that you necessarily haven't taken action. You've got another 184 tomorrows to get compliant. Sweet 16? Sweet 16 is 16 days since the Bahrain boss announced that all listed entities on a mandatory basis have to report on their ESG activities. And again, the cutoff is as similar and is aligned to that of the Central Bank of Bahrain. So you've got 184 tomorrows to ensure that you're in compliance. Now we'll go for the big numbers. The big numbers is for everyone in here who said that there's no regulation for their industry, because the CBB have announced, I'm not a listed entity, so why should I be bothered because Bahrain boss have announced it? Makes sense. His Royal Excellency actually made the commitment in terms of the kingdom's decarbonization commitment. If we are an entity in Bahrain, if you work or you lead an organization in Bahrain, irrespective of sector, irrespective of industry, you now have regulation. The only way the kingdom can actually achieve this is if we do it together. So this is a call out for all businesses, irrespective of your sector, industry, or the regulator you operate under. We've got 4,049 days to reach the 30% reduction in terms of our carbon emissions. And the last set of numbers is the 2060 commitment for decarbonization and net zero. So we've got 13,181 tomorrows to deal with it. Now, for everyone who thought that this was brand new, something that came over 3 years ago, let me take you on a little historic journey. You know, if we go back, ESG is actually built into our Vedic learnings. Marketplace prosperity does not sustain itself if we don't take care of our community and our nature. The Gita has it in the saying that you have to actually take care of or give equal importance to nature and to every living being that is there in the world. The same readings are there in Islam, the same readings are there in Christianity. In every religion's scriptures, we actually have this built in. However, we only took the bits that we were interested in. So we left the rest of it to the side. And we said, when regulation comes out, we'll deal with it. Till then, we're okay. Similarly, if I again go back into history, Kautilya Chandakya was the first evidence of documented governance. We are talking 400 BC. We've had this even in the more recent times within industry in India. The Bombay Plan was through and through ESG, 1944. The Tatas who built social governance into their business structure from the early 30s. This is not new. It's been there, it's prevailed under different names, different acronyms. We've chosen, even in our own accounting standards, to categorize it. We've all heard of goodwill, right? Where did goodwill come from? Non-financial reporting. You actually have the capability to put a dollar value to something that is a non-financial KPI. That's what makes accountants the most powerful professionals. Someone who can put a dollar value to an intangible object so that you can now measure it, you can now monitor it, you can manage it. We've had the same thing with Bahrain as well. Again, it's not a new thing. For everyone who thinks that, ESG is happening in the background, it's happening in the backdrop, it doesn't exist, people are not paying a lot of attention to it, you just need to read the right parts of the paper. You just need to pick up on the right headlines. Sure, it's not there every day on your front headlines, but it exists and it's been ongoing. These are just some of it that's been happening in the marketplace, these activities. And again, even in a country like Bahrain, the oldest documented action towards ESG goes all the way back to 1973. Keep in mind, this isn't very far off from the Independence Day for them. So this is pretty clued on. This is within 10 years. So they've actually got it documented because they noticed there was a real challenge in the environment. And obviously the timeline has been growing, the timeline has been moving. We stand today in the end of 24, and yet we still have this challenge where we start thinking about, is this relevant to me? Do I need to do it now? How bad is regulation going to be? have they announced penalties yet? One of my stakeholder who I had a conversation with turned around and went, yeah, but they've said we had to be in compliance, but no one said that there was going to be a penalty yet. So you were only going to take action if you were going to be penalized, as opposed to leveraging this for your opportunity? Ladies and gentlemen, one thing about ESG, and this is something that a lot of consultants or a lot of subject matter experts don't necessarily talk to their clients about or their leaders about. You have a lot of individuals who will talk to you about ESG and the risks involved. This is a compliance issue. You have to have a checklist. You have to make sure that all the risks are taken care of under your risk radars. But for me personally, I've been doing this work slightly north of about 18 years. The most important conversation is not the risk conversation, because we are very, very good when it comes to managing risks. We will figure out a checklist, we will figure out a mechanism, we will figure out a way on how to be compliant. The most important conversation around ESG is the opportunity. If you don't embed it appropriately within your organization, you're losing the most thing, which is called opportunity cost. And unfortunately, we're so used to doing things in the way we have done over the past 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, saying, we've always done it this way. The market's changing. You have AI introducing us in a conference. It is something that we need to be able to actually put into our strategic processes, into our planning processes. This should be a part of your leadership conversation. If your organization is not sustainable by design, why do you have long-term growth plans? You're essentially putting an expiry date to your organization. So the idea should be that if this is not a part of your strategic growth plan, how are you actually considering ESG? Now, the good thing is that the academics have already picked up on this. And we, as professionals in this room, who could be skeptics, I'm not saying that everyone is a skeptic, I'm saying for all the skeptics in the room, when the academic organizations pick this up and we remain skeptics, we are now putting an expiry date on ourselves as professionals. Because the future generation of chartered accountants coming out have got ESG built into their learning curve. It's already become a part of their knowledge, which you have been excluded from. So right now, your learning curve is almost vertical until the point where the future generation comes in and starts schooling you in terms of what's the best way to account for things. On that note, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and have the rest of my colleagues who are with me, we've got Arvind with me, we've got Naren with me. What we're going to try and do is we're going to try and break this down a little bit more. So Naren is going to try and break this down a little bit into what does this actually involve from an organization standpoint and from a leadership standpoint. And then we're going to follow that with why does that matter. On that note, Naren, can I please?
Thank you, everyone. My name is Naren. Rather than having a stove over my head, I would like you to remember me with the 3 letters of E, S, and G. I'm going to quickly take you through, in the interest of time, what exactly is ESG. I'm an economist by qualification, but I'd like to speak the accounting language as much as possible. Like we do have our financial statements that we publish at the end of every year, there are several line items on your revenues, on your costs that a company incurs, correct? it's pretty much the same. Your ESG will have KPIs and metrics across different non-financial KPIs that we will have to report on in the future. Just like we do with our profit and loss accounts or our balance sheets, this will be a report that will come into play with several non-financial KPIs that will have to be linked. These are just some of the examples that will be picked up by CBB and the Bahrain BOS with their guidelines and the module on it. So it's something that we'll have to keep very close track, especially when it comes to the metrics. As some of you may have also read the ESG module from CBB or the Bahrain BOS, there are several frameworks out there. There are several goals that have been set both nationally and internationally by Bahrain. But there are a couple of them that I'd like to bring your attention to. One is the GRI, or the Global Reporting Initiative, which is a very important framework as far as ESG reporting is concerned. And for those who thought ESG are just for tree huggers, there's nothing financial about it, the IFRS right now has come into play and they have issued their standards, which is the ISSB S1 and S2, which makes it all the more tangible and pertinent to the financial services sector and as well as for professions such as chartered accountants. This is a quick snapshot of all the data that could be assessed, collected, and reported on. I'm not going to go through all of them because there's a really big list. There are up to 32 KPIs right now that have been issued by the CBB and the Bahrain BOS that listed companies and relevant entities that are licensed under the CBB will have to start reporting on. They could range from your energy consumption to your GHG emissions, all the way to your retention rates, your there's a very unique value within the social category, which is the wage composition between your male and your female employees, which I think is a rather unique KPI that CBB and Bahrain BOS are beginning to track at the moment. And of course, several of your governance initiatives that you already keep track of, so that is something that is already business as usual for a lot of the companies. Moving on, right. So very quickly, again, ESG is all about data. Data that comes in, data that you track, and data that you report. And with the data is again a very, very powerful tool for you to do many things within your organization. It could mean you making your operations all the more efficient by bringing down your energy costs, by bringing down your hiring process, by simplifying your hiring processes, and several of these are being tracked through the very KPIs that the CBB or the Bahrain BOS are asking you to do. So it could bring down your operational costs. Several companies right now, including some of the biggest oil and gas companies right here in the region, are bound by their bankers and lenders in terms of producing their own ESG data. So unless you track your ESG data, you're not going to get a line of credit, or the loans that you're going to get are going to be fairly expensive. And again, quickly, Cal talked about the reputational risks that are involved. So once again, the data that you are currently tracking, assessing, are all linked to several risks that you already face, including reputational risks. And of course, with the several initiatives that you could potentially look into as a result of your ESG initiatives, it could set you apart as a differentiator in the marketplace and give you that access to engage with your customer base to say that we are different. Very quickly, this is our call to action, which essentially are the 4 things that I'd like to bring your attention to. One is your governance, how you govern yourselves internally and externally, how you engage with your internal and external stakeholders, how you report the data that you currently collect and assess, and finally, is that data accurate and can that be actually submitted to your regulators? Very quickly, the tone needs to be set right from the top, including your board and senior management, that this is an important initiative that has to be taken seriously, not just from a compliance point of view, but from an operational efficiency point of view and from a financial point of view as well. So the leadership needs to take that initial action in terms of getting your strategy right, getting your policies and procedures in place to make sure that your commitments are followed up by action, and finally a way to actually represent all of these initiatives and all of these data out there in the public domain. Again, ESG data gives you an opportunity to engage with your, not just your internal stakeholders, that could be your employees, board, senior management, so on and so forth, but it also helps you engage better with your customer base and your and other external stakeholders. But the reason I say customer base, because it helps you differentiate yourself from the market. For example, just a quick example, a lot of the hotel industries, right, companies in the hotel industry deliberately market themselves as a sustainable hotel or a green hotel to attract tourists and potential customers to make them feel special when staying in their hotel. This is just a quick example of how companies actually use ESG data or use ESG initiatives as a market differentiator. Finally, there's another very important component in your ESG journey, which is the materiality assessment. Now, materiality assessment is a process that has been recommended once again in the manual from the CBB and in the Bahrain-Bose guidelines. And that is essentially to internally prioritize what topics of the 31 that I had mentioned earlier are a priority for the organization that you work for. There are some that could take top priority, say from a social or a governance perspective. There are some companies that may have environmental topics as their priority. However, it is important to note that when you're reporting your data, as long as you have the initiatives and have the data for those KPIs, it is essential for you to report on them. And finally, it is I would say, it's the final product of all the work that you have done as part of your ESG journey within your organization, which is your ESG report. So it's important to get this right, to make sure that the data and the initiatives or the information that you put into the report is accurate, verifiable, and comparable. Because these three key criteria is something that you are going to be, as an organization, assessed against. A lot of the cases include, a lot of the frameworks, particularly with IFRS, coming into play with the ISSB's S1 and S2, is now linking all your ESG initiatives to your profit and loss accounts. So GRI at the moment is purely operational in nature, but your IFRS S1 and S2 standards are beginning to bridge that gap between your ESG metrics and your financial metrics. Before I hand it over to Arvind, who will take you through some of the assurance aspects of ESG reporting, these are some of the questions I'd like to leave you with. One is, before you start your ESG journey, make sure that you understand the data that you're collecting and the process in which you're collecting that data. Are they robust data management systems that you already have in place or need to put in place to make sure that the data that you get for those metrics are once again accurate, verifiable, and comparable? And finally, do you have adequate internal controls in place? As is with any audit process, are there controls in place to make sure that you have a robust system right from data collection to reporting? With this, I'd like to hand over to Arvind. Thank you.
Thank you, Naren. Hello, everyone. So Vivek told me that we are all auditors over here, we are accountants. We need assurance for 1 hour more now. We need to understand what goes into ESG assurance. Think about it. Now, if there's a future where your decision matters on trust of the sustainability report, what do you need the most? That's where ESG assurance becomes very powerful for you. When your data is assured, people trust and people take investment decisions in the company. Let's talk about quickly about what kind of factors are there. I think Cal and Naren touched about some factors, but then we have greenhouse gas emissions, we have water consumption, waste management, deforestation. So there are E, S, and G factors which are disclosed in every report. What factors are getting assured currently in the region? We talk about GHG emissions, energy consumption, water consumption, some LTIR, compliance concerns. I was just thinking of this, when IFRS 7 came into play, we had level 1, level 2, level 3 disclosures. IFRS 9 brought in stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, and now we have scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. So even I do get confused in financial audit sometimes. I'm going to talk about stage or scope or level. Just to give you some numbers over here, assurance is increasing. This is an IFAC report. Assurance was 51% in 2019, now it's 69% in 2022. It's increasing day by day, year by year. In Bahrain currently, there is no requirement for an assurance. Companies do get assurance on a voluntary basis, or if it is required by a lender's agreement. As Cal said, there are bankers, when they lend to companies, they would need assurance for the KPIs that that the companies are meeting. So when we do assurance for companies, we have seen there's a baseline year, there are emissions for the last 3-4 years, and we have to go and assure those emissions reported by the company in their ESG report. It's not an easy process. It's good to understand chemicals after standard 10th, after which I took commerce, but then we talk about butane, methane, carbon dioxide. It's very interesting. What's the risk of misrepresenting ESG data or misreporting? There's a big financial risk, right? What's the financial risk over here? I can report whatever emissions there is. I can report whatever is the LTIR ratio. I can report any governance issue. What is it called in ESG language? There's a word for it, right? When companies report incorrect data, they misrepresent. Greenwashing, correct? That is what is the biggest risk we have. And there are many companies who are greenwashing today also. The day they get getting assured is when the real data will come out. And we have corrected data. We have seen that also happen in the region. Sorry. There are operational inefficiencies if the reporting is not correct. A big reputational risk involved in this. You report something wrong, stakeholders have a strategy to invest in companies which are ESG compliant. They find out tomorrow that the data you had presented was incorrect, you have a big reputational risk over there. I come and assure your numbers, I assure them wrong, there's a big reputational risk to me also. Legal and regulatory risk, as Cal said, is there a penalty? Not yet. But when the penalties come through, you need to be prepared for getting your data right from day one. Central bank in the module do talk about being consistent in your approach. You need to have a strategy. Every year you cannot change a strategy. You cannot tell that these were my material topics this year. I realized they were wrong. Let's do something else. This will get challenged by Bahrain boards and CVB and by the auditors also tomorrow. If you talk about Europe, assurance is mandatory from this year onwards because SRS has come into play. Bahrain not yet, we expect it to come very soon. It has to be there. There has to be a check, right? Why do you need a check? To ensure there's no erosion of stakeholder trust. If stakeholders trust you, it's easier for them to make a decision. It's good for you. There's no reputation risk at all. So be prepared. I think it's important. In the first year, there are clients who are doing tick-in-the-box exercise. Well, that's not recommended. You do it properly, get it right the first year, at least the second year. But put efforts into it. That's very important. And get your numbers assured, or at least be ready for it. What's an assurance? It's very simple. There are two kinds of assurance right now. One is limited assurance. One is reasonable assurance. Currently, there is more of limited assurance. Around 80 to 85% of the reports issued globally are limited assurances. Limited assurance is per KPI. I talk about scope 1, scope 2, scope 3 emissions being assured. We talk about LTIR being assured, inclusion, diversity, governance issues being assured. But reasonable assurance is an overall like an audit. When I issue an audit opinion, it's on the overall financial statements. So I will, when I do a reasonable assurance going forward, I will do a audit report, like a normal financial audit. Currently, the requirement by CUB and Bahrain boards also is to have it as a separate report or be part of the annual report. In 2-3 years' time, what we believe is it will be an integrated report where it will be linked to your financial data. And that's the time when assurance will come into play at a reasonable level. It's a full audit. So kindly work on this, ensure that the data that you're reporting in your report is correct. At least you're getting the right process. We discussed this, we mitigate greenwashing risk if you're getting assured, because somebody's challenging you, right? Until it is audited, we don't care. We report something, some numbers are that nobody's going to challenge you, nobody's going to ask you what are your scope 1 emissions. But once it is assured, it helps you increase your stakeholder trust. Improve quality of reporting process. The more your data gets challenged, you would have seen in your audit process also, if there are loopholes, there are internal control weaknesses, you work on them and then the report gets better. So it's a process. You can't get it right on day one, right? So start working on it. Start working on seeing that I will get audited one day. Let me get this process right. Best practices. In Bahrain, not many companies are doing ESG reporting. Compared to the population that we have, there are very few of them. I think 25-30 companies actually do proper ESG reporting, including banks. Learn from them, look at the reports, get into the habit of getting ESG in your reporting, in your annual reports. Reputation will get stronger. Access to finance becomes very easy. Now banks have targets to lend to companies who are ESG compliant. It's happening more at Europe level, but then we have international banks in Bahrain lending to local companies also. It goes part of a credit risk assessment. It goes into rating. This will even determine the interest rate they're going to charge you. Currently, they're not a very big difference, 25 or 30 bips difference if you're ESG compliant. That's today. 6 months down the line, 1 year down the line, it's going to increase only. Because strategies of companies are aligned with ESG now. So it's all interlinked, right? You need to work on your ESG report properly. We spoke about the 2 different ESG assurance. I'll not go into detail. Currently, what we're doing is, for assurance, there are 2 standards right now. ICAI 3000, and then we have ICAI 3410. So 3000 is your normal assurance, 3410 is for greenhouse gas emission statements. So these 2 standards are currently being used for assurance. There is a change happening, and change has actually happened on 14th November this year, 2024. The new standard for sustainability assurance has come in, which is ISA 5000. This is applicable or effective for periods beginning after 15 December 2026. There's still some time. It's a specific standard, only for sustainability. It replaces 3410, does not replace 3000 till now. Some steps in your assurance journey. If you are starting to do your reports right now, start getting ready for assurance. So you start looking at your processes to see whether you have the right data in place. Collection of data is one thing which we have seen is a big problem. We were doing assurance for a client on their AG report where we found out that they had 5 or 6 components. Reporting from each component was under different framework because these are very old companies. They have been reporting individually for the past few years, but today if you start consolidating all the data, every component is using different framework. There are many frameworks available right now. Nareen spoke about many frameworks, right? You have GRI, you have ISSB. So you need to consolidate together. It becomes a challenge when you have to show one number but with different frameworks. I cannot assure you on that. It becomes very difficult. So start getting ready for it. The bigger the company, bigger the challenge. And I think this is applicable for banks and listed companies and financing companies. These are our bigger companies in Bahrain. Start looking at it now. Limited assurance will come in play probably next year. We think it will come very soon because Europe has started this year for 24. We will be doing it for 25, 26 definitely. We have to move with the world, so this is going to come. Reasonable is the later stage. And then integrated reporting. Integrated is when I do an audit. If a deadline for audit is end of Feb, I have to give a report of assurance by end of Feb on a ESG report. It's a huge challenge. Your report is going to get thicker now, the total annual report. There are too many disclosures, and you'll need assurance on everything. It'll be just like another audit going forward. It's a tedious exercise. It's not easy. Start getting prepared for it. So how many days do you have left now until you report? Sorry? We have 184 tomorrow, right? Cal said that. So time to start now for everyone. Thank you, everyone.
On behalf of everyone here, I want to thank our speakers for delivering such an insightful and engaging session on ESG. Now, I would like to call our past chairperson, Stanamurthy sir, our chairperson, Vivek Gupta, and vice chairperson, Vineet Maru, on stage for awarding the key speakers. Now I would like to thank every one of you for being part of an incredible day one of our conference. Your energy and engagement have made today truly special, and we are grateful to our speakers, panelists, and the sponsors for their invaluable contributions. Before we close, let me remind you, the day isn't over yet. We invite you to join us for a delightful music session. Starting at 6 p.m. is chance to relax, unwind, and connect in more informal setting. I would like our stage management to show a small glimpse of our artist. forward to seeing you there. And of course, back here tomorrow for another exciting sessions, starting at 8 a.m. Have a wonderful evening and see you soon. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.